Right. Hopefully we're going, and it says that I'm live. So, oh my God, do I hope that I'm live with this here. And I've got a really good flicker going on here too. So that's pretty awesome. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the light because that flicker is annoying, annoying me. So I can't even imagine what's going to be like for you guys. So now you're here in my dark garage with me. Hello. The lights are off and it is now dinner time. I hope you're ready for something. But hi, everybody. Welcome to my Ask Me Almost Anything, the first one of what I hope will be a lot of these. We'll kind of see how this goes with what's going on with it. Yeah, and it's there's a lot of cool stuff going on. And yes, as you mentioned, Colton, we are live. So I was trying to send that there, make sure it's coming across. There. It's been so long since I've used TMRO's YouTube chat integration stuff that I have forgotten how it works. Oh, and there's me. I'm talking with me. Green button, as Colt says. Green button. Okay, I will remember to hit the green button to send it with it there. Hashtag send it. So, all right, cool. We got a whole bunch of people jumping in. What is up? Caspar, how's it going? Good stuff happening today with that. Also, oh, hold on, they found me. Okay, good. We're gonna keep on going. So super glad to have you all here today. I want to apologize for all the technical issues that went with that. Turns out that I don't know anything about technology, which is kind of unsurprising. If you know me as a person, it's unsurprising with that. So also, I feel like I should get you folks up. So like I should have you elevated up here with me. I need something to put you up on. Why don't I grab see, this is the nice thing about doing it in a garage is I could there's a bunch of shit here for me, and I can just do things like this with that there. I don't know how long that box has been there for, but it's up with it now. So welcome to my level. Elevated in 2 ways. Okay, thanks, Colt. Definitely appreciate it. All right, let's say what's out. Hey, Smokey, how's the lemonade going? I want to know how's the lemonade? Is it tasty? Is it delicious? Are you going to share it with us? I hope you do. So, see, I've got my drink today. Whoops, I should not have brands, just because I was scrambling to try to get on time, and then myself got in the way of being on time with that. So, oh, we've got lemonade coming shortly. Okay, thank you, Smokey. I'll when you get it ready, just bring it on over. Oh my gosh, this is good. So quick, Bennett, is that a disc UFO or a pill UFO? I don't know. Like, is there a name for a cop UFO? Because that's what that was, such as a go away UFO. So yeah. So of course, as some people are noticing, Smokey, you're asking when is the return of the Harrow spike, and then Christopher, you're asking, whoa, hey, did you get your cranial aerodynamics updated? So here's the thing: if you have a mohawk, so I guess our first subject of the day is the mohawk haircut. So a mohawk haircut is pretty stressful on your scalp, so you have to kind of let it off a little bit every once in a while. So that means that you can either stop doing your hair, or you can shave it entirely. And I always choose to shave it entirely because then your hair regrows back stronger, and it works with it that way. So that's always the goal, is to keep it stronger hair, so that way it actually stays. Because a mohawk, basically the way I do a mohawk is back combing, but upwards. And in back combing, you back comb your hair. And it's kind of is destructive to your hair. So, except I do it in an upwards direction. So, with the comb and everything. So, with that, so, so that's the way it goes. And yeah, you basically have to renew it. Yeah. So let's see, Casper, you're saying going the Scott Manley aerodynamics route. That is true. Yeah, and big shout outs to Scott. Scott is fantastic at what he does, and I absolutely love every video he puts out because it's always good analysis. Yeah, Bennett, you kind of get the idea, which is that you have to renew it, and in order to do so, you have to do that. So, rolling through. Hi, hello. Would you like to come say hello? Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Internet, you're in for a treat because my mom might be coming on in just a second. So, gotta give it up for mom, because that's kind of important in your life. So, dang, Christopher, you did Liberty spikes. Holy smokes. That is amazing. Liberty spikes is something I've always wanted, to do, but just like have not had the what would I call it? My hair's not thick enough. I have very thin hair, so it's really tough just to do the mohawk period with that. So, but yeah, it's pretty good. So I don't know if you guys can hear all the airplanes that are going over, but I guess everybody's coming into LAX right now. So thanks for stopping by, Los Angeles. I live right underneath the approach path of LAX. I have to joke with people that, like, if I wanted to, I could jump out of a plane and land back at my house when I'm coming back to LAX. In fact, I've seen my house quite often from the air. So even at night with it there. So, oh, so Colton's asking right out, which is, what are your favorite two colors that just really vibe with you and together? I'm definitely an orange and blue person. I love orange and blue. I love orange, period. My Jeep is orange. And that was both because it's my favorite color decision and also if I get lost, orange is easy to find decision. But you throw some blue on it, it looks good. So like if you look up the current McLaren Formula One car, that's kind of my go-to color scheme if I was to go to anything. So yeah, orange and blue is kind of where it's at. Although I just saw McLaren is going to do a one-off Gulf paint job for Monaco, and I'm super excited about that. And I'm going to totally buy a bunch of their merch if they end up doing that, because the Gulf colors on a race car are just correct. And that's, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can kind of Google it with yourself. So you want to come on and say hello to the entire internet? That's right. Hey, everybody. This is, oh yeah, it's my mom's pointing out my phone case, orange as well. So this is my mom, everybody.
Hey,
so
everybody.
So everybody's saying hello with everything like that. Just to kind of put some height difference into the world here, just to kind of show it off as how things are going. That's kind of how it works. So yeah, I'm actually seated right now, and I'm almost as tall as you are. So kind of embarrassing you on the internet, which is fine because you've embarrassed me.
Petite people are cool.
That's true. That's true.
Short people are cool.
Yeah, I'm not dissing short people. I'm just saying you're short.
I am.
So yes, you are.
I'm getting shorter every year. I understand from the doctor.
So mom's always important. So got to give a shout out to mom. And
bye everybody.
Okay, see ya. Both of my parents, my mom and my dad, are important because I am actually adopted. I found this out 2 days ago. And I'm just kidding on that. I'm just kidding. Which is actually, my parents have been honest with me for my entire life about it. That was definitely appreciated. But yeah, I'm adopted. So yeah, the height difference does show it a little bit. My dad was only a little bit taller than my mom. So yeah, that's kind of how that goes. Are you getting ready to grill? Is that what's going on? Or are you? Oh, okay. There's gonna be stuff coming out of the car. So. Oh, you got some more charcoal. Is it the poppy charcoal? Is it good? Is it more of the poppy stuff? Yes. So, yeah. What's up? Oh, nice, nice, nice. So for those of you who are like, what the heck is he talking about? I am I like grilling. So I think we're gonna grill today, right? Yes. So, yeah, carne asada. Tasty, tasty. And hamburgers. For all of you who need I don't know. I was going to say something in Spanish, but then I forgot what to say. Anyways, it's funny that we're going to be grilling today because here in LA we are not having a what I would call a good day. Oops, that's a dog poop. Or a typical day here in Los Angeles that most people would think about as I try to. Let's make sure the dog poop's not there. There we go. Because there's no poop. My dogs do not poop, obviously. Uh-oh, here comes. I hear one of my dogs coming too, which is going to be great if she decides to walk out in the rain. But as you can see, it's wet today. Why? Because it's raining. Although it's not really raining. It's more like heavy drizzle. But it's nice. I put my Jeep out there, and it's getting wet and getting washed because I haven't washed it since my last mountain adventure. So that was fun with it. So, oh, Christopher. Yeah, Christopher, you're saying that you're adopted too. And adoptive parents are the real superiors in the world. I totally agree with that. My parents, as they were rummaging through the trash bin and found me, they decided to keep me. So it's always a good way to do that. I'm ever appreciative of my parents for doing that. So I definitely would love to find my my birth parents at some point, but also my birth mom cut off contact. So that might also be a little bit of a hint there as to what's up. Anyways, now that we're depressed, let's go ahead and run through it. Oh, Christopher, I totally am with it. Orange and blue trim tomorrow flight suits. I'm for it. I would totally go with that. Casper, you are on board with the orange and blue gang. I'm totally with it as well. You're also like, yeah, the new Gulf paint job for Monaco is very pretty. And Colton, you're agreeing that the McLaren is very pretty. Who else we got? Everybody's saying hi to my mom. That's what's up. She was loving it. She was having a good time with it. What's up, Ryan, in the house? Going on with that. So we got some stuff. Smokey, you have got our lemonade done. So thank you so much. And yeah, Smokey, as you point out, you don't need your orange because you just bring the blue naturally. So which is good. So good way to do that. So thank you for the lemonade, Smokey. Everybody's in on this and definitely enjoying it. So now that we're like how many minutes into this? Like 12 minutes in. I guess if y'all want to start doing the Ask Me Anything portion of this, you're welcome to it. I know we've already had some questions. We've already had a handful of questions kind of with that there. But yeah, this is Ask Me Almost Anything. And doing this both because I really like talking to people. I don't know if you could tell from the shooting the shit episodes that I really do like talking to people. Those shooting the shit is often about half the length of what I actually shoot, just to tell you. So, me and Blake literally talked for like 3 hours and then I cut it down to what it is, just because I like talking to people, and I figure this is almost like a shooting the shit episode, but with all of you here instead of me or me and a guest. You are my guest on this week's edition of Shooting the Shit with Jared. I don't know, but I just figured this would be a really fun time to talk to you all. Is it also a ploy to get viewing time towards YouTube monetization? Absolutely. It sure is, because I would like my channel to get monetized. I'm not going to be coy about that at all, because if I can get it monetized, then of the two jobs that I'm working at right now, I can get rid of the one that doesn't pay me as much as the other and dedicate my time to my YouTube channel even more. So that's kind of the goal, because I really want to do that. And also, tomorrow was kind of like a gateway drug for wanting to get back into filmmaking and other stuff. A lot of people don't know this, but before I went into aerospace, I was involved in acting and filmmaking, and like pretty deep into it too. And maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later if you guys want me to. But I do miss it. I really do miss it. And I wish I could still do some aspects of it. And that's definitely what doing tomorrow and my own YouTube channel allowed me to do. So yeah, as you're saying, Casper, YouTube streams are definitely good for that. So absolutely, they absolutely are. Okay, so getting started with the questions. We got one coming up right out from Colton, which is, as you're talking about airplanes going over, since you're close to LAX, what are your all-time favorite airplanes? And is the airframe, technology, or engines that decide these choices? Some all-time favorite airplanes. Boy, you really put me on the spot here. I have to say one of my gosh, like I'm trying to. Let's just go over as many as I can think of, because it's asking me to pick one is, I guess, like asking somebody with 6 kids to pick their favorite one. It's just not a good idea to do it, especially in public. So the XB-70, the huge North American aviation Mach 3 capable bomber, is definitely one of my favorite airplanes. I always joke that if I was an airplane, I would be the XB-70 because I'm big, I'm loud, I'm white, I'm very bright in the infrared, and I catch on fire frequently. So, so that's what's going on with that. So the XB-70 is one of them. The A-10 is certainly one as well. The Warthog. Basically, I like it because they literally just built a gun and then we're like, let's put wings on it. Because I guess that's what you did in the Cold War with that. So the X-15 is definitely one of my favorite airplanes. Basically a space plane, but in the raw. No computers. It's all cranium Mark I and muscles and flying the stick just like that. Shuttle too. I don't know if you want to consider shuttle an airplane, but I'm just going to throw it in there, which is the space shuttle is the best, one of the greatest efforts in aerospace engineering that has ever happened. There will never be a driving force quite like the shuttle was in its time ever again. So there will never be a vehicle as complicated nor as impactful as shuttle was. And that's a hill that not only will I die on, I'll scream from the top of my lungs as I'm dying on that hill. Just in material science alone, shuttle was a tour de force. And like so much of what companies like SpaceX and others do comes from shuttle, which I mean, it sounds very silly to say that, but you take a look at technological development and other things like that, and you can see that there's very much in that. And also, I think shuttle is very important because it showed reusability and how not to do reusability, which is it's just as important to know how not to do something as it is to do something, which sounds very silly because it was a lesson in how not to do something that was very painful for the United States and our space program as a whole, admittedly. But again, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes, especially when Congress runs things. So that's my favorite airplanes. Also, I got to give a shout out to Boeing's Dreamliner too, just because I've been flown on Dreamliner a couple times. And God, it's just such a comfortable plane to fly on. That might also be because I fly first class only, because as you saw with my mother, I'm a very tall individual, and my legs go all the way up to my ass. So that means that I will I don't sacrifice leg room on an airplane. I'll just put it that way. So I want to be comfortable if I'm going to be in a plane for any amount of time. So, yeah. Oh yeah, as Casper is saying, you know, to that point about how learning how not to do things, how not to land an orbital class rocket booster. Yeah, they blew up plenty. It's just the way it goes, you know. That's aerospace. That's how it goes. So, yeah. So what else do we ask? Okay, so Christopher, this is sort of the one that is always really good, which is that you mentioned that you work in aerospace. I'm in my 3rd year of college toward the same path. Any advice for an undergrad? Yeah, do projects. Do something on the side. You can see I've got some of my projects back over there that I've had fun with, and occasionally have blown up some projects as well. So, it happens to the best of us. With that there, so nice. You got a new cover for your steering wheel in your van. Very nice. Sorry, Christopher. I'm trying to answer your question here. Yeah, thanks. Okay, your 15 minutes are over, Mom. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Fair enough. So do projects, kind of work with stuff on your own. Don't know which college you're at, Christopher, but if there's a students SEDS group there. Oh my God, why can't I remember what the acronym for SEDS stands for? Someone in the comments will know for sure. Or someone on the chat will know. But then someone in the comments will correct us when this is published later. See if you look at local groups, and if there's any local aerospace or rocketry groups, definitely jump in on that. Okay, Colton's coming in on what SEDS is, which is the students for the exploration and development of space. Thank you, Colton. So they're a super good group. Even if you don't have a SEDS chapter at your college, you can start one, and that's a really cool group. I think William Pomerantz is involved with them a little bit. And of course, William is a super awesome person. So anything William's involved in, yeah, jump in it. What else? Yeah, because I've noticed that GPA is good. Having a good GPA is obviously a very good thing. But if you show that you have the know-how to actually do what you're going to be doing, yeah, that's just as valuable to an employer as a good GPA. Having both of those together kind of makes you a little bit of a super hero with that there. So feel free to kind of do those, and just whatever you really want to pursue it. Like, go for it, jump for it. Like, don't let anything stop you. Just like plow through it. Just be like a cannonball zipping through everything. Just go and get it. Make it happen. Hashtag send it, kind of all that other stuff that comes with it. So just overall, I would say make it happen. And also understand that aerospace is very often not a 9-to-5 at your desk kind of job either. Also, feel free to become a little cross-disciplinary with things. It definitely doesn't hurt to understand like things that, that might be out of your realm, but you can still learn and interpret. I'm actually going back to school this fall to start work to complete my degree. And I'm hoping to take some welding courses while I'm there, because I want to be able to go to the shop floor and be able to talk to the people who are working on the actual vehicles and understand what they're with, because I'm very much not a sit in my cubicle, don't bother me kind of person. I'm very hands-on, as you can tell. And I want to touch things and make messes and do other stuff. So yeah, so just become a mix, who was it? I think it was Robert Heinlein who said specialization is for insects. And I kind of agree with that a little bit. And if I could throw something in, also take a course in improv comedy. Because that'll get you out of your shell and comfortable with talking to people, especially getting in front of people. And if you have the talent to get in front of people and talk to people, you can go so much further than you can. I know with my stuff, I don't have a degree. I've been able to go pretty far, and I would chalk a lot of that up to my ability to talk my way into things with others. So yeah. So what was that? Oh, thank you, Mom. My mother says the art of bullshit. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so your mom taught you? Oh, your dad taught you and you taught me. Thanks for that. So thanks. Appreciate it. Anyways, fuck you. No, just kidding. But yeah, it's inadvisable science is saying, you know, multiple talents, and also, you know, do what makes you happy. I know that like it's so cliched to say do what makes you, you know, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But it really is true. When I'm at either of my jobs, regardless of what's happening at them, I really don't feel like I'm working. And a lot of times I'll be at my jobs and just be like, I'm getting paid for this. Yeah, as inadvisable science is saying, improv is good for learning to communicate better. It is, because in improv, so many people in improv comedy think that improv is I'll get to you smoking because I just saw that. So a lot of people think the improv is just, oh, I'm going to get up there and make a joke, but it's not. There's an actual, I don't want to call it like a game, but it's kind of like poker. Someone brings something to the scene and then you call what that person has brought, and then you raise them something of your own, and you're collaborating together when you're up there. So a lot of people think that it's just, you know, some funny person takes the lead and that's kind of how it goes. But in really good improv, like the stuff you see on Who's Line, or if you go see like a professional group at some theater somewhere, like here in Los Angeles, obviously we have like Upright Citizens Brigade with their theater and stuff like that. Then you will see that it's actually a collaborative effort. I went yeah. Hey, Darko, how's it going? Good to have you here. Yeah, we're 25 minutes already in, making it happen. Good to see you. Yeah, actually, I did, for those of you why I always advocate improv is that I did improv professionally for a couple of years here in Los Angeles. I actually started my junior year in high school. So yes, my junior year in high school, I was going up in Hollywood and performing at professional improv groups up there, which is, I still am like, wow, what was I doing? Man, was I out of my element, you know, being 15, 16 and doing that. But Blake, who's been on Shooting the Shit for the previous 2 episodes, he was also part of that group that I was in. So we both have done improv professionally. I think that's pretty much why we're so good around each other and things like that. Oh my God. Yeah, I just recommend it, you know, get out of your head and into your get into your work. So yeah, that was another thing that improv taught me: get out of your head and into your work. So so quit thinking about it and just go do it, damn it. So Colton is saying you and Blake are freaking great together. Yeah, I agree. Blake, me and Blake, I don't know who's the straight man in our group. Well, maybe it's Blake because he is. Because I'm not, that's for sure. But yeah, me and Blake have been friends for so long that we're like completely in tune with each other. And actually, one of the surprises I wanted to have today was Blake coming on and popping out and just sitting down and us kind of chatting together and with you guys. But Blake couldn't make it today. I'm trying to get Blake for some later live streams as well. It seems like everybody's enjoying the live stream so far. So I'm going to definitely definitely do this again, because it seems like everybody's enjoying themselves. So maybe we'll make this a regular thing, like I want to, like every other week or maybe every week. I mean, we could join up next week, talk about Monaco. So something like that. I don't know. Probably have to do that because Indy 500 is in 2 weeks. And I actually want to watch that. So yeah. So Christopher, you're saying, just to kind of follow up with you about your stuff right there. You're currently a speaker for your school's planetarium program. So excellent. Go with it. And yeah, guided cannonball with red fins. Got it. All right. So, okay. So some other questions that are coming through here. So thank you for that. Colton, you're asking, gosh, oh, no, I just lost it. Oh yeah. With acting, what movie and what character would you play in it? I don't know. I don't know. Like, what would be a character I would always want to play? I don't know. I was just thinking the other day it would be really, so if there were like 2 genres that I've always wanted to do like acting in, definitely like espionage style stuff. I would love to do like a James Bond movie or something like that. I don't care what role I play in it. And also a baseball movie too. I'd love to play a baseball player of whatever kind. With it. So it'd just be so much fun with it. I don't talk about it as much as I should on social media, but baseball is my religion. So, and I've been very lucky on that front with some of the work I've gotten to do with that back in the day. So I actually worked for the Los Angeles Angels from 2007 to 2010 as a part of their coaches video. Stay right there. And that meant that I got to get video for the players, worked with them, scouting videos, scouting reports and stuff like that. So it was really fun. And I quite enjoyed it. And I could talk about that a little bit later, what it's like working for a baseball team directly with the players, because I have a special guest who's joining me right now. This is my friend, Missy. Hi, Missy. How are you doing in here today? Oh, look at you. You're just having such a good time. You're so good. I got the little puppy here. Oh, look at the little puppy. Oh, look at it. Lick your chops. You're so tasty. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. You're just the cutest, aren't you? I love dogs. They're great. I don't know what we did to deserve dogs, but I'm glad we did. So, hey, Missy, what? Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Do you have any questions from? Does the internet have any questions for Missy? Perhaps. So I don't know. So they might, for all I know, with it. Wag twice if you need help. So all right, get out of here. So all right, go poop on the driveway or something. All right. So that's enough. I want the attention back on me now. Is dog food any good? You can do the Chappelle Show answer, which is dog food tastes just like how it smells, delicious. So, Smokey, I think she agrees with that. So, yeah, just to kind of push that one. Missy, bark, bark, barkay, woof, arf, arf, heck, sniff. Bork? Bork, bork? Okay, yeah, she's good with it. Actually, she looked at me right there and said she doesn't speak Swedish. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Anyways. All right. So, oh yes, Smoke Scale has got a good one. Isn't that weird that I actually like don't want to play an astronaut? Like everybody, you'd think I would want to play an astronaut in a movie, but I like don't. Yeah, I just don't know what it is. So I'd probably just be like too annoyed at all the inaccuracies to be a good actor, to be good at playing an astronaut role in something. So with it. And speaking of inaccuracies, Smoke Scale, Smokey, you got a great one, which is to bounce off Colton's question of characters from existing media. Who would you most love to play? Why is it Rockhound from Armageddon? I'm not going to disagree with that. Steve Buscemi's character in Armageddon was hilarious. And for those of you who don't know, Armageddon is actually my second favorite space movie because it is just fun to watch and it doesn't try to BS you. Interstellar does a fantastic job of bullshitting you. I mean, that's okay. But Interstellar strives to be something that it just doesn't end up reaching the level of. And it kind of ends up just being sort of like a attempt at 2001, in my eyes at least. And then there's Gravity, which a whole bunch of people talk about how much they love. But I hate Gravity because it's not because of the inaccuracies from the technical stuff, but from just like Sandra Bullock plays such a bad astronaut in that movie. Bless her heart. She's a fantastic actress. I think she handled, she definitely played the character well, but that is just a bad astronaut. And that's like Sandra Bullock, her astronaut character would not make it to space just because of I mean, like, astronauts don't panic. I guess that's how I would put it. Astronauts view things as work the problem, and if I die working the problem. And I know that because I've talked to astronauts before, and that's what one actually said to me. So that's kind of how it goes. Yeah. So yeah, I love Armageddon because it doesn't try to pull the wool over your eyes. It doesn't try to bullshit you. It's just like, yeah, this is a big banger explosion movie. Doesn't make any sense, but who cares? Let's go have some fun. And I do. I have fun watching it. It's a fun like 2 hours. So and also it's Michael Bay, and I really like Michael Bay's cinematography, the way he does things, the way he balances color, the way he shoots. Sometimes I like the way he edits. Sometimes it's a little too choppy for me, but you know, it is what it is. It's American, so it's American filmmaking. So what are you gonna do? Oh God, Isaac, if we have a 200-ton train of corrugated steel going at 73 miles an hour, another train of 150 tons of solid copper moving at 90 miles per hour. They're moving towards each other. How large is the debris area? I don't know. I'm going to guess like 4 square kilometers or something like that. So that's my best guess with it. Oh, Christopher, that's a really good one. I've been wanting to build my level 2 rocket because hot nozzle summer is underway, baby. But yeah, live stream during a project build perhaps. So yeah, I've been thinking about getting my level 2 rocket and starting to get that going, and that would definitely be with it. Of course, Casper, I got to give the shout outs for that one because that was such a good question to ask. Excuse me, with that there. So inadvisable science, kind of to go with along with that theme there, since we're kind of on the theme of like bad science movies, kind of jumping in with Smokey here too. The Core is another bad science movie that I absolutely love to watch because it, much like our, it doesn't try to bullshit you. It actually just is what it is. So it's pretty funny it's really funny how people will be like, well, why aren't you like such a big fan of these other movies? And it's, well, because they like take themselves very seriously, and then they do it incorrectly. They do it in a manner that just is pretentious or other things like that. Interstellar. So yeah, I mean, The Core is hilarious. I actually really like the opening to The Core because it actually shows what astronauts would legit do. I don't necessarily think Space Shuttle Endeavour is going to land in the LA River, which, by the way, I drive by that when I'm going up to work at Griffith, which is so funny. I've been wanting to make, okay, I'll tell you this. Okay, so this is actually an idea that Jamie came up with, and I kind of really actually want to implement it, which is that I would love to go to the bridge that Endeavour stopped at during the opening for The Core, and put a plaque there that says like, on this day, you know, in memory of Space Shuttle Endeavour, landed Los Angeles this day, you know, the crew names and stuff, and just put like a bronze plaque there, and just see how long it takes for people to notice that. And I would really love to just kind of go all over Los Angeles and kind of drop these little like fake plaques from fictional things all over the place. So it's kind of like a part of my secret plan with that there. Okay, so there's some more folks are saying hello, Atomic J, what's up? What's happening? Hopefully I'm going to say your name right here. Warstan, which just says, I'd like to donate to your channel. I see no super chat or Streamlabs, and that's because I'm not doing that stuff yet. With my channel, I want it to be consistent first. Because I don't want to be taking money from people until I have a consistent thing I can give all of you. And I have to prove to myself first that I can actually do something consistently. And I guess this is a really nice forum to say that in, because now I get publicly held publicly accountable for that. Loopy, you're like a half hour late. So I'm not going to do it yet. I would love to get to the point where people could like throw money at me and things like that, but I'm not doing it yet because I don't feel like it's correct when I am not entirely with it. Even now, stepping up and trying to get things back and going, there's still things I have to overcome and things I have to work through. And a lot of it just comes down to me, and I just straight up need to make sure that I've got all of my stuff together before I start taking money from people. So I'm entirely unwilling to take money from people until I have something that is worth it. So support your local florist. Yeah, support your local florist at A Unique Florist in the city of Downey, California. So yeah, if you want to support my family's flower shop. So shout out to my mom. who's still outside with me here. What's up? Oh boy. Oh, Miko 1. Oh, that is a great movie. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sunshine. Yep, it's bad science. It's actually not entirely bad science. Danny Boyle and a few other people did incorporate some actual really good things in it. The ship is a cool design. I definitely do like that. And that scene of them watching the transit across the sun is unbelievable. Having seen the transit of Venus in 2012 and the two transits of Mercury that have recently happened. Oh my God, that transit scene is amazing. But you know, yeah, it's pretty great. Oh, Isaac is your thoughts on clearly the most accurate space movie, Galaxy Quest. Oh my God, I love Galaxy Quest. Never give up, never surrender. And honestly, Galaxy Quest is one of my favorite Star Trek films. So I'll just kind of put that out there. Definitely bet I would hold Galaxy Quest in the top 5 Star Trek films. So better than anything the Abrams verse has put out. That's for sure. So
They just came out with Star Wars stamps.
Oh, Star Wars stamps. Nice. I want some Star Wars stamps. I'm weird. I like both Star Wars and Star Trek. I don't know what happened. So, but apparently that's like heresy. So I don't know. All right. So let's start to really jump into the questions here. So Miko 1, you're asking what's my favorite movie? Of course, 2001: A Space Odyssey. I've seen a 70mm print of it. And holy shit, it's mind-blowing to see it like that. So saw it with the American Cinematique. Shout out to them with all the film work that they do and their restoration and things like that. So super cool. Oh my goodness, Christopher, you're going to have to tell the story one day. In high school, we made home movies together. Once making a home secret agent movie, the neighbors called the cops on us because they saw kids with model guns. I accidentally held up 4 cops at gunpoint. Whoops. Yeah, so I guess I'm not the only person who's had a cop hold a gun in their face before. Talk about that. No, I don't think I'll talk about that. Just because that's a very touchy subject. Hello, Raj. It has been a long time since we've been on live stream, but I'm so glad to be here. I'm doing pretty good today. I'm happy to be talking to all of you and just like this is awesome. We're definitely doing this from here on out. Oh yeah, as Luffy's pointing out, I have talked about the cop and the gun thing elsewhere. If you guys want to dive into my tweets during the protests that happened last year, and you can find out how a cop put a gun in my face and yeah, and how that was a thing, and that was a real wake up moment for me, where I was like, oh, okay, so this is what it's like to not be white. So, yeah, but I'll leave it at that. Oh my gosh, smoke scale kind of. Okay, so Phil, you're talking about doing like guerrilla art installments with the plaque thing, and then Smokey, you've got such a good one, which is on this day Hans Gruber fell from Nakatomi Plaza. Oh my gosh, that is so great. Colton's got a really good question, which is speaking of Griffith Observatory. By the way, I totally forgot to prompt this. All of the opinions expressed on this show are mine alone. They are not representative of my employers or any affiliates, and they are better opinions than yours. So Colton's asking, talking about Griffith. It's in a ton of media, but have you seeing those actively being taken, thoughts on it in, say, games like Grand Theft Auto 5 and stuff? Grand Theft Auto 5 is pretty dang fun. And I definitely appreciate, I think they call it Galileo Observatory in it. Griffith is a world-class iconic place. It's so much fun to work there too. Yeah, it's really cool to see Griffith and things. When La La Land came out, there was like a spike in attendance up at Griffith because everybody wanted to come up and see where Ryan Gosling and the other people were dancing at throughout the observatory on their date. Which they actually do when they're going by the Tesla coil and they go into the pendulum where they're dancing. Yes, that actually is at Griffith. Those lights on the wall that are there that are like plugged into the wall, just freestanding. No, we don't have that because public is not very good at not breaking things. So those would get broken very quickly. But then everybody's like, what about the planetarium? Can I go see the planetarium where they danced that into the air amongst the stars? And it's like, that was on a sound stage. Sorry to kill your sorry to kill your vibe there for you. But yeah, that was on a soundstage. And it's just like, yeah, Hollywood fakes things. Oh my God. So yeah, so I'm trying to think of some of the stuff that I've done up at Griffith that I really enjoyed. Some of the things I've worked on up there. I got to be on the floor for the after party for Cosmos back in 2014 when it came out. I was giving a talk. Basically, all the VIPs and stuff came up to Griffith to chill and do like an after party and stuff. I was giving a talk about our Foucault pendulum that we have up there. And that's not exactly like one of my best talks that I give up there, because the physics of a Foucault pendulum is just like stupid difficult to understand and explain to. I have a problem even understanding it, and I've tried to read up on it as much as I can. That does not mean please explain it in the comments. I don't want it. I'll just stick with what I got. But I'm talking about it, and I'm like looking down. I'm like, yeah, the Foucault pendulum was an experiment done by Jean Foucault to prove that the Earth is rotating. And I kind of stumbled a little bit because when I came back and looked up, there was Neil deGrasse Tyson on the other side of the pendulum listening to me talk. And my brain was like, oh, shit, don't get anything wrong. So, but yeah, he just kind of listened to me for like a minute and moseyed off somewhere else, and that's pretty cool. Seth MacFarlane was there. He's a fantastic individual, pretty funny guy as well. And yeah, that was a really fun. That was a really fun night. They also had a lot of food left over, and I got to take a lot of food home, and it was good food too. Let me tell you. That was some good stuff. All right, so where else are we? I'm trying to run through all of these things as much as I can. So Colton, out of all the space-based housing habitats, be it a ship traveling, a base on the surface, one of the other bodies or stations, what would be the one you choose for the best views? If I were going to choose where I want to be for the best views, I would have to say I want to go in the cupola of the International Space Station and just like hang out in there. And that's just like, I just like seeing Earth from orbit, period, like videos of it just blows my mind. I can't even imagine what it's like to be in the cupola. You could just like look around the entire time with it there. Yeah, I just like, I can't even really like comprehend talking about it correctly. Yeah, it's just tough. Oh yeah. Isaac, that's so good. I bet physical security testing on the ISS is supposed to be pretty lax. Anyone could social engineer their way on board. Just gotta knock on the hull and say you're coming back in from a spacewalk. What is that thing? What's that one where it's like I don't remember. It's a joke. Phil, you're asking, is that rocket behind you supposed to be a Sidewinder? No, it's a Phoenix. Phoenix. So I don't have an F-14 Tomcat to stick this on. Unfortunately, Iran wouldn't let me have one. But yeah, this is my Phoenix. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I quite like it. Somebody thought it was a Maverick, an AGM 65 Maverick. But no, it's AGM 54 Phoenix. I think that's how it goes. So yeah, so that's how that goes with it. So cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, Smoke, if you gotta go, please. That's how that goes. Raj, you're asking, how is everyone at tomorrow? Everyone is doing great. Just to let you know. So hopefully things with tomorrow are going to be returning in a couple of months at the fastest timeline. Ultimately, though, it is not my call. I am not the person who runs tomorrow. And that's totally okay. And I'm like fine with the way things are going right now. I know there's always comments and stuff that are like, tomorrow is not what it used to be and everything like that. And I totally understand where people are coming from with that, but patience, I guess, is how I would say it. So yeah, have some patience with us, because we're working through our own things as well. And it's also super important to remember that tomorrow is not our day job for all of us who are on tomorrow. So the amount of time that we can dedicate to it is dependent upon what our day jobs and our regular lives allow. And I don't think people understand just how much work goes into things. Space news is like a full-time job in and of itself throughout the week. It's not unusual to put in 40 to 50 hours of work on my end for space news, just because researching and writing and making sure you get that stuff correct is ridiculously difficult. Yeah, I don't think people just don't understand just how difficult it is. But of course, I always will try to take a polite way of doing that. Yeah, so there's sometimes I'll see comments. I definitely violate the rules of the internet of never read the comments. I always read the comments. So see ya, Isaac. Good to see ya. Yeah, I'm an idiot because I always read the comments. And it is what it is. I mean, that's okay. If people are upset about it, that's fine. There's times where, like with our last episode where we got it out so late that people were like, you should call yourself last week's news. And I mean, I totally agree with that. It was out late and it was my fault, but things happen. Yeah. So like, I mean, like, we were going to come back, we were going to start again in January, but then I caught COVID. So like that kind of, sort of blew things out of the water, kind of took me out for almost 2 months there. So that wasn't a fun experience. And then I also had a pretty big health scare as well that I had to get handled. Things are looking okay with that so far. So I'm very happy on that front. Yeah, so good times. So anyways, let's go ahead and start rolling through this. What are your thoughts on the Orville from Raj? I don't know. Actually, I haven't watched the Orville. And this kind of does a thing. This kind of goes into a thing where like I'm so busy that I don't really actually have a lot of time to watch things. I actually just this week sat down and restarted watching The Mandalorian simply because like a year and a half ago, I started, or when The Mandalorian came out, I tried to start watching it, but then I got busy. And I only just this week did I restart watching The Mandalorian. I just don't have a lot of time, spare time to like watch things or get into things and stuff like that, which is okay. I don't know about the Orville. I've heard it's really good though. I heard that it was better than Star Trek Discovery. So ouch. There. All right. Loopy, do you have a favorite job, one that you're currently in or one that you've previously had? So obviously Griffith is, actually, let me put it to you this way. TMRO is my absolute favorite job that I've ever had. It's nuts because like I can't believe that I get like paid to do that, things like that. So yeah, it's kind of that mindset with it. And then Griffith is also my favorite like real life job, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, that's pretty amazing to do that. So Griffith is just such a magical place, and there's just a feeling when you're up at Griffith that I just don't get anywhere else in the world. And also at Griffith, I'm talking to people about things that I love, and I love sharing it with people. And up at Griffith, you're not really going up to Griffith. You might go up to Griffith for the view, but if you're going inside, you're probably there for a good reason. And I meet so many amazing people up at Griffith when we were open to the public. And the thing I love about Griffith is that it really shows that spaceflight is universal. I can be up at Griffith up there and hear 10 different languages in a single day being spoken about stuff. And that's amazing to me. So space really is a universal experience. And that's what I love about it. As the airplane flies over. And yeah, they were talking about the Rocketeer being shot up there. So yeah, Rocketeer is pretty cool. Atomic J says, I used to go up to Griffith all the time. The Tesla coil used to scare the shit out of me when I was little, but now it's one of my favorite things there. Yeah, it is. It's pretty good. Loopy makes a very good point here, which is that Jared's opinions are greater than cat facts. That's true. Absolutely true. Okay. Warston, you're asking me, what are your thoughts on China dropping rockets anywhere they want? So I feel like with the Long March upper stage that just plooped down in the Indian Ocean, I feel like it was really overblown in the coverage of it. I feel like it was definitely a newsworthy story, but it did not deserve the hysterics that were coming from people. Like, you know, there's still stuff up there from the 60s and 70s that have not come down that are rather large and are gonna inevitably make it. So like, you know, it's just like, yeah, rocket stage re-entered. So that's kind of how it went. As to whether China should keep doing that or not, no, it would be nice to have China dispose of their stages that get up into orbit. But also, there's no hard and fast laws that are enforceable that say that you have to do that. It's courtesy, and there's nothing that says that you have to exercise that courtesy. So, yeah, it's just the way it is. So that's kind of how it goes. With it there. Oh my goodness, ladies and oh my goodness, folks, a legend is amongst us. Vax Headroom. Hello, Vax. Glad to have you here with me, hanging out today as we are kind of going around with it there. So glad to have you, Vax. Oh no. Blake, you're asking me, am I free to remove some wallpaper? I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm at home, and then I have to do things afterwards at home as well. So I'm not. So sorry, Blake. So Blake Calvert, everybody. Blake Calvert coming in with that there. All right. So, all right. So Loopy is asking a question. I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble or not, but what the hell? I'll answer it. Which is out of Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, and countless other space outreach people, do you have a favorite? Ooh, boy, do I want to get in trouble today? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Yeah, I really like Kyle Hill. He's pretty funny with his work, and I think he's got a real down to earth personality with things with that. Bill Nye's great. I really do enjoy Bill Nye, and that I think a lot of that comes from my childhood bias because Bill Nye the Science Guy was like rolled through in my elementary school years, and that's obviously very formative. So that's where that comes from. Neil deGrasse Tyson is okay to me. He really he's good at communicating to the right people, I guess is what I would say. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a very East Coast way of doing things, and I kind of it's a bummer that I kind of phrased it that way, but it's like very much like if I picked up the New Yorker and read an article from it, that's kind of how I would that's kind of how I see Neil deGrasse Tyson's approach to things. Oh yeah, as Loopy, as you said very well here, Neil's kind of rude, which is fine. I mean, he's definitely earned that right to do that. Yeah, I mean, he's out there. He does more good than harm, but there's something to be said. I just don't care for the what was that thing he said? Some people will call this Christmas, but for the rest of us, it's Thursday. Shit like that. Just shut up. Be quiet. It's just that's just not great. Oh yeah, just Jeffrey saying Brian Cox is fantastic. Oh yeah, I love Brian Cox with that there. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of another person I'm trying to think of the person who did this. Who did it? Who was it? Hakeem. Oh my God, I can't remember how to say his last name either. Hakeem I'll say his name. Oh my God, he's awesome at science communication. He is super good at what he does, both in delivering science and making it presentable to regular everyday people and not making you feel like an idiot for asking about it. He wrote a super good article about the James Webb Space Telescope because you might have heard that there was a effort to get the James Webb Space Telescope renamed because of James Webb's purging of homosexuals in the State Department before he was the NASA administrator. And it turns out that that was a completely unvetted rumor that somebody developed in a editorial that they had put out in like 2013 that was based upon a misinterpretation of the history of the Lavender Scare, and it just kind of snowballed into this well-established lie that had happened, and everybody kind of get it. And I mean, even I initially did that until I read that article by Hakeem, and he did some incredibly epic, deep research in the places I didn't even know existed. Basically it was like, no, no, you're all wrong. So James Webb Space Telescope should keep the name that it has, because that's kind of how it goes with that. So yeah. And then of course, Carl Sagan. I mean, like, I can listen to Carl Sagan and become instantly comfortable with everything. And he had this, the words that he chose were very specific and very impactful with the way he did that. And that's a really good way of doing things. It's certainly not my way of doing things, but he had a fantastic ability to not only reach people on their level, but uplift them as well. So that was pretty cool. I don't know. Oh yeah, James Burke. As Vax is pointing out as well, yeah, got the best shot ever made at the launch of Voyager. Yeah, one take. That's all you got, James. So he did a really cool, he was a part of a really cool IMAX movie called Speed, which is all about speed. So there's some really cool shots in that there. So yeah, and Colton, I guess to kind of move away from science, Casper, that's a very good point about Bill Nye, which is Bill Nye wears a bow tie. Can you compete with that though? I've got a carbon fiber bow tie, so aerospace grade carbon fiber bow tie. So I don't know what you got. So yeah, I got you, Vax. I got you thinking about it. So with that there, I would go grab my carbon fiber bow tie, but I'll have that for the next episode. So I actually have to find it. I haven't had to wear it because I haven't had to, be up at Griffith in person. Vax, do you have a chain mail straight tie? Holy smokes. And of course you would, Vax. That's kind of how that goes. Okay, so kind of getting back to the questions here with it. So Colton, you're asking, with Vax coming in, do I have any favorite bands in music? Yeah, so I'm a really big fan of a group called Boards of Canada, who are from Scotland. And they make really cool ambient IDM music. It's very analog in its sound, very warm, very nostalgic. And I really love to listen to their music, especially when I'm like out camping or like out in the Mojave Desert or places like that. So highly recommend Boards of Canada. Pearl Jam, also another big band of mine. Really like them. They were actually, Pearl Jam's Binaural was the first album I ever bought with my own money. So there you go with that. And I got into them because my uncle Steve liked to play Pearl Jam, and I kind of got into that. Yeah, it was really great. I really enjoyed that. What are some of my other? I really love the Pixies. I just love that like time period of music in there. It's pretty good. Got to see them live at the Hollywood Bowl in 2014. That was pretty sick. Like Queen. Definitely like Queen. Got to see them with Adam Lambert a couple of years ago with Blake. My friend Blake is a huge Queen fan, and I surprised him with tickets to go see Queen for his birthday. So that was really cool that we both got to do that. So, oh my gosh, what else is so on the spot? U2 is definitely another one. Oh my goodness, gosh, there's so much music I have. Like my Spotify playlist that I have for like all of my music combined is like 12,000 tracks. So I just like, it's just all over the place. You name the genre, and I probably have a 100 to 200 enjoyable bands in that genre, or groups or persons in it. So, yeah. So, Vax is asking, do I know Osric Tentacles? I do not, unfortunately. So, but if that's a band, I am going to write that down and listen to it in a little bit. You get to hear me type because I got that. An instrumental rock band. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I'll definitely listen to it. Yeah, I guess it kind of throws Explosions in the Sky into the mix with post rock and other stuff like that. Brian Eno as well. Definitely love his music, his atmospheres or landscapes as he puts out. I don't know what he calls them. Yeah, so pretty cool with that. Yeah, so really cool stuff. That's kind of how it goes with that. Colton, another question from Colton. What are your top 5 to 10 locations for camping and hiking? Are there any trails you haven't done yet you really want to do? And Everest. Question mark Everest. So top, I guess I'll do my top 5. Gosh. White Mountain Peak here in California is pretty awesome. If I remember right, it's the second or third highest. Here, Phil's in the chat. Phil will let me know pretty quickly whether it's the second or third highest peak here in California, but 14,252 feet. I really like White Mountain Peak because it's so below White Mountain Peak is the ancient bristlecone forest. And this is where there are bristlecone trees that are thousands of years old. So like these trees are like, I think it's the Methuselah tree that's somewhere on the order of like just over 4,000 years old. And thankfully they do not point out where the Methuselah tree is because people suck and somebody would go and mess it up. But going through on that loop, the Methuselah loop, and going through the Methuselah forest there is amazing because you're just walking in the presence of these living things that have been there for thousands of years. And not only that, they are in terrible conditions, hardly any rain, super alkali, super rocky soil. These are trees that are like the bleeding edge of what life is capable of. And they're absolutely amazing. And I am hoping that I'll actually be able to go back pretty soon to that. And maybe I'll do, if I do go back, I'd like to do an episode of Adventure and kind of record being up there. But yeah, White Mountain Peak is pretty great. I really love doing that. Thanks, Phil. Third in California. I'm assuming then it's Langley is the second highest, and then Whitney is the highest. White Mountain Peak, I really liked it because it was a test. It is the hardest. It's the hardest trail I've ever done in my life. It's all above 11,500 feet, and there is no cover. There's no like trees or anything because you're basically in alpine conditions, and like the stuff that's growing there is like moss, moss and grass, and some wildflowers, but that's about it. There's no like big trees or other things like that. The solitude of it up there was just amazing. And it was like a moonscape being up there. And I really enjoyed that. It really felt entirely otherworldly. Yeah, I really want to go back and do it again because it was just such an amazing experience doing that. And it was a tough experience too. Like I said, it was like 16 hours on the trail to do that. And it just like absolutely destroyed my body in the best way possible. Also, the High Sierra Trail is one that I've done. One of the more prominent, shorter backpacking trips here in California, basically walking from the west side of the Sierra Mountains to the east side. Yeah, like you literally walk over a mountain range, and it's amazing. It's pretty close to being as isolated as you can get, because once you get on the trail 2 to 3 days in, you know, it's a while to go in either direction back to civilization. And I really like backpacking because it just makes me disconnect from like where I am right now here in an urban environment. It makes me like really shut down the usual things that I've been taught to do and to be prim and proper and all these other things. And it kind of pulls me back into that natural mindset, the primitive hunter, whatever you want to call it. But it pulls you out of your modern brain and puts you into how your brain used to be. It was a life-changing experience doing that in 2019. And my friend Phil, who's in the chat room here, is the one who encouraged me to do it. Langley's number 9. Okay, wow. I thought it was taller too. I thought it was number 2 for some reason. Still, it's a 14er, so it's pretty good. Phil in the chat, who just did that, was the one who kind of got me interested in backpacking, and it was a good motivating force for that. And it was a life-changing experience. So thank you, Phil, for making that happen. I would say the ultimate trail I've ever done was High Sierra, and Whitney at the end of it was like the cherry on top. So High Sierra Trail is 68 miles. If you throw Whitney into the mix, it's 2 miles out, 2 miles back, so then it becomes 72 miles total. Whitney's the highest in the contiguous lower 48 United States at 14,505 feet. So nothing to sneeze at. And that was a challenge to do that after having spent the 7 previous days carrying all of my equipment to keep me alive. And then in addition to that, you'll often go to a spot called Guitar Lake, which actually looks like a guitar. No joke. It really does look like a guitar. That's, gosh, is it like 2,000 feet? I think it's 2,000, maybe not quite 2,000 feet up from Guitar Lake to Trail Crest, or where the trail breaks. So you can then go to Whitney, and like carrying all of your equipment up 2,000 feet, you're already at 11,000 feet. You're just like, I don't want to say you're out of gas, but it just becomes so difficult. It becomes like every step is like a gift allowing you to keep going with it there. Once you get up to Trail Crest and you get all of your stuff put into your bear canister, because there's these little shits up there. They're like gophers and squirrels. It's like a fat gopher squirrel. They're called marmots. And they will chew through anything in order to try to get to anything you have that smells, including your poop. Because once you go past an area called Crabtree Meadow on the trail, you're in a spot that is called the Whitney Zone. And if you're in the Whitney Zone, you're at a high enough altitude that if you poop, your poop doesn't really break down all that easily. So you have to carry these things called wag bags, and you poop into the bag. And then when you're done pooping into the bag, you mush it so that it like congeals and doesn't smell, and you close the bag as fast as you can. And then, you get to carry your poop out with you. So the joys of mountaineering, right? So it's such a glamorous thing with Whitney there. I poop in a bag like an Apollo astronaut does. Oh my gosh, that's such a great one. Al Worden, our recently departed last year, Al Worden, the command module pilot for Apollo 15. When I got to spend a day hanging out with him, he said, well, real men flew Apollo because Mercury and Gemini, they just wet themselves, but we had an actual toilet on the Apollo command module. So real men flew Apollo because we didn't poop our pants. So I always like that one. Oh man, that was a good one. Al was a real great guy. Absolute riot to spend that day with him. But yeah, you poop into a bag and it gets, but unlike the space station where it gets taken away like on a Cygnus or a Soyuz, or not a Soyuz. God, please don't put your poop on a Soyuz. progress. God, where am I today? Or HTV? I don't. Do they put the HTV? Yeah, probably. But yeah, you got to carry it out. So luckily on HST, I pooped at Crabtree Meadow and then didn't poop until the day after Whitney. So that was nice. So I only had to carry my poop for like a couple hours after pooping the morning after Whitney. And now I'm talking about pooping. Why? Because it does become an important thing. Phil's asking which Gemini had the floater that happened, the turd incident, as they call it. It actually wasn't Gemini. It was Apollo 10. And that is a fantastic transcript. And I can't imagine what the person writing out the transcript had to do with that. It's basically like the three astronauts. Who is it? Stafford, I think it's Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan. And everybody's like, it's not mine. Well, somebody get it. Well, it's not mine, but somebody get it. You know, it's pretty funny. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just pull up the transcript right now, and I'll just read it back to you. And I'll see if I can have enough of an ego to read Cernan's correctly. Read Cernan's words correctly. Okay. Here it is. Ready. Commander. Oh, who did it? Command module pilot. Who did what? Lunar module pilot. What? Commander. Who did it? Laughter. Lunar module pilot. Where did that come from? Commander, give me a napkin quick. There's a turd floating through the air. Command module pilot. I didn't do it. It ain't one of mine. Lunar module pilot. I don't think it's one of mine. Commander, mine was a little more sticky than that. Throw that away. Command module pilot. God almighty. Yep, that's the command module pilot. God almighty. And it ain't one of mine. That's good old John Young. So bless his heart with that there. I love it. It's so good. My favorite thing too is that these were confidential for a while. So there's this whole like thing like, oh, there's a turd floating, and then right below it there's like huge in big words confidential, and that's just like fantastic. And yeah, did it happen again at some point? Here's a little bit more further down. Lunar module pilot. They said on 135, they told us that here's another goddamn turd. What's the matter with you guys? Here, give me and then labeled commander and command module pilot. Laughter. Lunar module pilot. Well, babe, if it was me, I sure would know. I was shitting on the floor. Commander, it was just floating around. Lunar module pilot. Yes, commander. Laughter. Mine was stickier than that. Boy, Stafford really was adamant that he had sticky poops with it up. And then the command module pilot, Cernan, mine was too. It hit that bag. So there you go. So yeah. So that's yeah, poop in space. So it happens. Yeah, and later it happened again. Actually, Atomic J is saying, is asking, didn't they say babe a lot on Apollo 10? They actually said it a lot on just throughout the program at that time. During the 60s and 70s, it was just kind of like a hey dude, you know, kind of thing. It was like, hey babe, you know, kind of thing. There was no sort of like a gendered response for it specifically. So I kind of bring that back. Me and my partner, when we talk to each other, we use babe for that. So I like that. So it's pretty cool. But yeah. Here's a good one from Loopy. What's the last video game you played, and what's your favorite video game? So the last video game I played was Kerbal Space Program, as you can imagine. Just like how I talked about earlier, I don't have a lot of time. Just like how earlier I talked about, I don't have a lot of time to actually like watch streams and stuff like that. Same thing for video games. In fact, besides my laptop I have right here, I have a Nintendo 64 and a PS2. So that's what I guess my phone too, if I want to get like that. But yeah, you know, Kerbal was it like maybe like 10 years ago. I do want to get a VR system, so I'm working on that. And when I do that, I'm going to go ahead and make that a super PC, so that way I could just play games on it as well. Because I really actually would like to get into video games. But with that, my favorite video game is, of course, Perfect Dark, because it was GoldenEye 007, but better And yes, shots have been fired, and I will stand by that until the day I die. Perfect Dark was such a fun game. It was just such a fun story to play around in, and it was GoldenEye 007 on steroids, and I loved it every single second of it. I should honestly go plug in my N64 and fire it up and play it at some point, because it's just so much fun. Actually, I think Perfect Dark would make a really fun movie too with it. So yeah, pretty neat. So yep. Oh yeah, Colton's saying we didn't poop our pants. It's freaking great. So yeah, poops. Everybody poops. Loopy asked, do I call my hiking pack my PLIS, my personal life support system? I do not. Yeah, I just call it my backpack. So I don't have a funny name for it yet. It would be pretty cool, but haven't come up with something yet. I also need a new trail name too. My original trail name was Slips, but me and Phil have decided that that's not good enough. It needs to be something else. So with that, and I can tell you my trail name while not being on the trail, because I'm not going to be keeping slips. So that's how it goes. Trail names otherwise are confidential until you're on the trail. So that's the way it goes. So what you sniffing at, dog? So I see you over there. You sniffing? You sniffy puppy? Puppy, you sniffing? Where you at? Hi. Do you want to say hello again? You want to say hi to the internet again? Come here. Come here. Well, come here. I can't. You got to go up east if you want to come over here. The dog has returned. There we go. Here she is. Missy's back. So, yeah, saying hi as she does. She surveys her lands. Oh, she got to see the squirrel, so she's happy. Missy. Oh, nice. Missy actually likes squirrels and is pretty chill with them. And you know how every neighborhood has like the cat lady that feeds the cats and everything? My neighborhood has a squirrel lady, and that's my mom. She puts out nuts for all the squirrels that are here. And she's gotten to the point where she can walk outside and the squirrels will sit on the railing of our front porch, and you can just walk past them and they don't do anything. So, and I don't know how you did that, but you're a squirrel whisperer, and it makes no sense to me. And yeah. So, so what are you shaking for? Are you cold? So it is a little chilly today. So definitely not the usual with it. I do have another dog, Suki, but she's blind. So we just kind of keep her inside. Unless Suki wants to make an appearance. Yeah, follow up for Missy. Oh yeah, if you want to bring Suki, I don't have a problem bringing Suki on. So what's up?
Cinna.
Oh yeah, that's a nice photo of Cinna right there.
Cinna.
So oh yeah, here I'll show the internet's Cinna on here real quick. So there you go. As you can see, my mom has become an expert National Geographic squirrel photographer. So fantastic work there. That's pretty good. I like it.
That was before the page out.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I'm going to call up on a step stool. So if you hear a boom, that's me.
Okay. I'll pray for you or something. I don't know. I'll burn a candle for you. Mom told me she's getting on a step stool, so if if I hear a big boom, don't worry. Okay. What's some more stuff that we have going on? Avina Laughmate. Hopefully I got that right. How has your cancer treatment gone? Really hope all is well, man. It's gone super good. So far in my appointments that I've gone to, scot-free, nothing stuck around. So when I got the surgery to remove it, it looks like it all got removed. So I'm very happy about that. That was not how I wanted to end 2020. And then also those of you who are following me at the time know that I caught COVID like right as I was supposed to have surgery for it too. So and then I had to wait until COVID, and it was like a 2-month wait. So here comes my little Suki girl right here. Hello, Suki. How are you doing, honey? So Suki is a little multi-poo. I say I'm 14 years old, and I'm blind.
I got fuzzy ears.
So, and I got fuzzy ears. So, look at you, you little sweetie. How'd you do, huh? how's it going, huh? You enjoying yourself? No, you're shaking. You're not in trouble.
She says every time you pick me up, I go to the vet or I go get.
That's true. Every time we pick her up, she goes to the vet or the wash as a groomer. So, oh, okay, you little sweetie. Okay, here you're scared. So,
alrighty,
put her back in there. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so hi, Missy. You're still down there saying hello to me. So yeah, she's very cute. This is a house of small yet cute dogs with us there. Yeah, I'm super happy that that the cancer got taken care of and knocked out. So that was very happy about that. Obviously, have to keep a very close eye on that for like next couple of years. In fact, I'm going to keep a close eye on it for the rest of my life just because of the nature of it. So, but yeah, it was great. My doctor was like, dang, your cancer was dumb. It grew in the wrong direction. I was like, okay, sweet, good stuff. So yeah, so that was fun. That was a fun experience. Laying there as they're tugging at my nose right here, and then cauterizing it, burning it, and that was a great smell to have. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, so. Yeah, good times. That was an elevated heart rate moment. Yeah. It's gonna help, but it. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out as well. And you're right, Phil. My nose is not falling off. I'm not Tycho Brahe with it there. So, oh yeah, the dog has said no questions. Unfortunately, she's not taking questions. She just wants to sniffs. So that's it. Yeah, that's all I can do, unfortunately, with her. Loopy is asking if you could be friends with any type of animal, like if you could be a Disney princess friend to animals, what animal would you choose? Loopy says you think yours is birds. What would mine be? I don't know. Sharks would be pretty cool. I'd like to be friends with sharks. Dogs, obviously. Me and dogs, we're close. So, yeah, I guess sharks would be it. That'd be pretty cool. I'd make a terrible Aquaman because I don't swim well. So, although I don't think that's a problem if I was to become Aquaman. I don't know. But yeah, friends with sharks. So it's pretty good. Very misunderstood friends. Represent all the sharks. Shout outs to all my shark homies with that there. So, yeah. House panthers. Phil, those are called cats. So, although I like that. House panthers. I'm going to remember that. So, yes, Loopy, that is correct. I could be friends with sharks if I played Elite Dangerous and used Twitter. Well, I already use Twitter, so I'm friends with some sharks. Okay, so Colton is asking, as a means of direct power, internal combustion engine, electric turbines, and rockets, what is your favorite means of power us humans have created for movement, or is it purely human locomotion in itself? So I do like human locomotion as it is, because I like running, I like biking, I like hiking, I like backpacking, I like going around with that. So yeah, I like humans as we are in movement, expending energy all on our own with things like that. Hopefully that's what you meant by human locomotion. I'm really excited about electric, super stupid excited about an electric 4x4, a proper electric 4x4, please. That is not Cybertruck. For what it is presently understood. All-wheel drive is not four-wheel drive. There's a very big difference between it. And if Cybertruck really is all-wheel drive, if it's not utilizing its motors as a four-wheel drive system, then I know in a couple of years I'm going to be pulling out tons of Cybertrucks that are stuck on my Mojave adventures. So yeah, I'm really hoping that they do actually, use the motors in Cybertruck in a 4x4 manner. But also, Cybertruck is not an ideal 4x4 because of the wheelbase. It has a stupid long wheelbase, and that's really good, even with the ground clearance. Even with the ground clearance on Cybertruck, its wheelbase is so long that its angles, its approach angle, the angle it can approach from, its departure angle, the angle it can leave from, and its breakover, which is the angle it can kind of come over on. Over the top on something are going to be really bad because of that. So if they shorten up the wheelbase, sure. But actually, there's a company called Alpha Motors that's making a truck that kind of looks like a souped up 1980s Toyota 1-ton pickup, and kind of like Marty McFly's Toyota from Back to the Future, and I kind of really want that because it just looks so cool. But yeah, Colton. Oh no, they found me again. All right. They can keep looking for me. So Colton says, well, you took one of my questions. If you could build a 4x4, what platform would it be, and what power plant would it have? I would want the Land Rover Discovery that's out now, and I would want that, as the pure electric. A lot of people think that the off-roading community is like anti-electric vehicle and stuff like that. And that couldn't be further from the truth, because in the off-roading community, torque is everything. Horsepower is nice, but torque is what moves you. And a battery electric vehicle having maximum torque at any point during its at any speed, sitting at maximum torque, that would be unbelievable in a 4x4 configuration. Purely unstoppable. Yeah, I want a battery electric vehicle 4x4, one that I can afford, please. STO is asking, who's looking for me? I don't know. So it's just been happening all day today. Bunch of helicopters and stuff. I don't know what's going on. So all right. So Avina Laughmate is asking, did you watch the Electron launch, and were you wearing your Lucky Jordans? And if not, why? No, I did not watch it. I do not watch every launch, especially ones that are at like 3 in the morning local time for me. So a lot of people think that because of tomorrow and stuff, I'm probably like obsessed and constantly on space and living, eating, breathing it. And I do to a degree. I still have to like sleep. I still go do other things as well. But yeah, I wasn't watching it. So my Lucky Jordans were not out. And that's because I was asleep. It was 3 in the morning. What more do you want me to do? So yeah, that's that. So, and then you're also asked, what movies am I looking forward to this year? Well, I'm looking forward to the James Bond movie. Get Daniel Craig's final Bond out of the way. No time. Is it called No Time to Die or something? It's been so long that I don't even remember that. So, like, holy moly, this is where we're at. I also need to catch Tenet at some point. Dune, yes, hype for Dune. Yeah, I definitely got to see Dune. Dennis, is it Villeneuve? I think is his last name. He's awesome. I love his work. Did great with Sicario, amazing with Arrival, blew my mind with Blade Runner 2049. So now I'm really looking forward to Dune. And Daniel Sturdy, what's up? Hello, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Casper saying Tenet is amazing. And yeah, even though I was like sort of ragging on Christopher Nolan earlier, at least Interstellar earlier, I really do like Christopher Nolan's films. But I'm not a snob about him. So I know that he's very high and mighty, but is what it is. Loopy, you're asking, speaking of human locomotion, do you bike or just hike? So I want to get a bike, a bicycle. I do have a bicycle back there. but it's a bit old and it's kind of, yeah, it's just not working really well with it. Yeah, I just need to get kind of a new one. I'd like a proper road bike too. It's kind of like a road hybrid, so it works well. But I mean, I want to go fast. So I also do a lot of walking, or I guess what you call rucking, which is basically walking with weight on your back. So I'll grab a backpack and put some water bottles in it, and then just go out and walk for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's pretty good. And things like that. Yeah, hiking, obviously, that prepares me for backpacking trips and things like that. And then backpacking, of course, you can count backpacking as a sport, I guess. Yeah. Phil's asking, do I have a hot take on the Starship serial number 15 launch? Not really. I don't really have a hot take for it. It's just a SpaceX continuing its rapid design iteration practice, basically whatever you want to call it. Move fast and break shit, because that's how SpaceX operates. So no surprises there from my end on that. I still think it's a huge mistake that Starship isn't going to have an abort system, or at least nobody's talked about Starship having an abort system yet. And I would really appreciate finding that out, because I'm not getting on it without an abort system. So yeah, even shuttle had abort modes. So that's just how I'll put it. So Starship's in a better spot than shuttle, but still, yeah, it's not as fun as it sounds without that. So yeah, so that's what I got. So yeah, we're all just kind of hanging out here. Colton, I saw you deleted that from the chat, but it didn't delete from the YouTube chat. So I thought you were sneaking this and what you're working on, Dale. So yeah, so if there's anything you guys want to talk, anything else you guys want to talk about, other stuff like that, definitely got it going. As I said, everything's an open book with it there. There's no question it's too taboo. Yeah. Loopy, that's a really good question there, which is, have you shown the internet your fursona yet? Yes, I have. I have put my fursona up on my normie Twitter, I guess is what I'll describe it. My Twitter for @JaredHead. But I try to keep those two separate on Twitter. Just because I feel like it's good to keep those two separate from each other. So yeah, there's just some just some crossover that I just don't want to have happen. So I just outright am like, you know what? Nah, let's not have it happen. And then also, I'm not gonna also say what my furry Twitter is. If you find it, you can. So if you do, well, congratulations. Good for you. It's kind of how it is. Well, yeah, Loopy, you didn't keep them separate. Mine were separate from the beginning. So my in real life Twitter self, me, was April of 2008, and then my furry Twitter came on later. So it's just kind of how I set it up over a decade ago, and that's still sticking with it. So and I don't intend on sticking with on changing that at all. So Colton, you're asking if you could make changes to your Renegade to make it better for the applications you use it in. What would those modifications be? Would there be some or a lot of blue accidents, more off-road capable? I would definitely make it more off-road capable. It has a 4-banger engine in it, 4-cylinder, and it's a little down on power. So I would like to put a 6 in it, like a V6. That'd be pretty cool if they could do that. But then it might be overpowered because of how small it actually is. In addition, I would definitely like better tires on it. And a smaller rim, because I would like to. So it has, I think it's 17s on it. I'd like a 16-inch rim, because then I can get a little bit thicker of a tire, which does a lot better for off-roading with it. And then also I'd like an actual like proper mechanical off-roading system in it, not the electronic one that it has, where it just kind of simulates having that. But you know, now knowing what I know now, I should have bought a Wrangler, but also at the same time, at that time, I didn't know. But that doesn't mean I haven't, you know, done amazing stuff with my Renegade. I've definitely off-roaded my Renegade. I would say more than 90% of most Wrangler owners. So yeah, I've gone quite a distance off-road in it, and I love it. So I don't know if I'm ever going to get rid of it, honestly. All right, so Daniel's 30, you're asking, what future missions are you most excited for? Looking forward to the live tomorrow sessions again. Yeah, looking forward to making those, and I'll actually sort of double back on that at some point. But my future missions I'm super excited for. James Webb Space Telescope, stupid excited for that. Just like, it's the next Hubble. So like, how can I not be excited for it? W first as well, just because it's Hubble with the ability to capture more data at any given time, and more data means more discoveries. So that's kind of the way it works. So I'm very excited about that. Also, I'm really excited about the Lucy, Psyche, Dragonfly. Yeah, just like there's so many cool missions that are coming up. I mean, every NASA mission is super exciting for me, but there's some that are just like a little bit more exciting. So I really like Lucy because it's going to be going and finding the Trojan asteroids, which have been sort of in those gravitational balance points between Jupiter and the Sun, and they're far enough out that the Sun hasn't had too bad of an influence. They're too much of an influence on their surfaces, so you could actually, you know, kind of get an idea of what the early solar system was like. So I'm super excited for that. Also, Lucy's trajectory is just awesome. Like, that is some wizardry. That's like the kind of trajectory development that's done by like people in dark rooms wearing funny hats, you know, surrounded by candles with incantations and a calculus book sitting in the middle while chanting as loudly as possible. So those people are astrodynamicists, are absolutely, they're nuts, and I love them. Psyche I'm excited for because it's just a really big honking metallic asteroid, like the blown out core of a planet. Like, that sounds pretty cool. So kind of like when Dawn was going to Vesta and started getting close enough and taking those images and finding out Vesta was actually this really dynamic looking world, and that it may have been geologically active and all this other stuff. Really hoping we get some cool stuff with Psyche like that. And they're also talking about like those pillars of metal on Psyche, and I'm really interested to see how that translates from the radar data. And that's also interesting too, because that allows you to calibrate your radar data and kind of understand it a little bit better. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that. W first, yeah, Daniel's 30. That's a pretty good point, which it still scares you that the National Reconnaissance Office considered the W first mirror inadequate. Yeah, those were the mirrors from the 80s, I want to say, and like they're better than anything anybody had, and that was 40 years ago. Holy smokes! So yeah. I don't know what they should do with the other mirror. And I think they have technically they were given 2 optical assemblies and a third mirror. So I don't know what they should do with the second optical assembly. You can't aim it back at the Earth. I know that's one of the rules, the stipulations that the National Reconnaissance Office put on it. But like, I think one of the ideas I saw that was kind of leading the charge was wanting to basically send it to Mars and do what Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is doing at Mars, but just at a higher resolution. And I feel like that's really redundant. So like, you've already got really good data from MRO, and now with Perseverance, with its landing system, handling landing super well, I really don't know if you actually need to go down to a better resolution at the surface. You know, oh, now I can count more rocks instead of less, but I mean, it's not my call to make. I don't work for NASA. So what else? DART. Yes. Atomic J mentioned DART, double asteroid rendezvous, double deflection asteroid rendezvous test. One of those. Yeah, I'm super excited to see that. It's going to launch from Vandenberg Space Force That's right. It's Space Force base now. Ooh, Space Force, Space Force. Don't laugh at us. We're real and actually. Anyways, I'm sorry. That was mean, but it wasn't. Now you all know my opinion about the Space Force. Boy, if that wasn't something that was done just to be a little gold star on somebody's little accomplishments. The double asteroid redirect test. Thank you so much there, Atomic J. Definitely appreciate that. Looking forward to watching the launch of that. And also watching and also hearing about that smacking into an asteroid. Very upset that they renamed the moon around Didymos. I think it's the asteroid's name is Didymos that it's going to, and it has a moon. I believe they renamed Dimorphos. I might have it backwards though, but originally it was the moon was called Didymoon because it was the moon of Didymos. So I love that. That's a great name, Didymoon. I like it. It's pretty good. It's like if we decided to call our moon like Earthy Moon, you know, like I'm down for that. That's pretty good. Or like we could call like Phobos or Deimos, call Marsy Moon or something. You know, that sounds pretty entertaining. And you know, it would probably make planetary scientists mad. So which is always fun to do. Pluto. So yeah, so that's always a good. Good times annoying people with that. So yeah. Loopy, you're saying that if I have a file I can drag into OBS from Windows. Yeah, I don't have Windows. I'm on a Mac. I run Mac only. Sorry. Been running Mac only for like 20 years now. So yeah, about that. Yeah, Mooney McMoonface. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about with that there. Yeah, it's just so great. And I'm going to talk about this in my upcoming astronomy news episode of It's All Up There. Okay, hold on a second. I'll get back to that, Thumb. I don't know what the hell that is. Go ahead and explain that while I'm talking about this. Johns Hopkins. Sorry, my cover at my neighbor's house just dropped like a ton of water onto my driveway and it distracted me. It was very funny. It was unusual. We had a bit of a rainy morning here in LA, so I'm being a Los Angeles native all my life. I'm so confused as to why everything is wet. It's all up there this week. I'm going to be talking about a mission from the Johns Hopkins or Hopkin, I don't know, Applied Physics Laboratory, APL, that is gaining steam to do a interstellar mission, basically like fling a spacecraft as fast as possible out of the solar system and just take data all the way on the way out. And I'm stupid excited about that because fast. So yeah, so that's good with that. Oh my God. Oh, that's great. So Thom, he said, I used to say Velikovsky to annoy my astronomers because Immanuel Velikovsky wrote a book based on the theory that the plaques of Egypt were the result of a near collision with Venus. Oh my gosh. I don't know why, but I love like stupid conspiracy theories like that. It's always funny. They're always like so entertaining to me, at least. So, and I know for most people, they're probably not entertaining. Oh yeah, as Tom is saying, the problem is that a few significant predicted numbers came out right. Yeah, every once in a while, a conspiracy theory does come out a little correct, not entirely correct, but a little bit correct. So yeah, pretty wild stuff. What else? Oh yeah. Before I jump onto the tomorrow question about that, let me get this one from you, Daniels, which is: do you find it a bit strange that CNSA haven't released an image from? Oh my gosh! Oh, Churong. I think that's how you pronounce it correctly. Churong. You actually have to roll your R in it, which blew my mind about that. So do I think it's strange that they haven't released an image from it unless some undisclosed issue? No. You pronounce it their Mars rover. Nice. Thank you, Loopy. That's a good one. No, I don't find it strange at all because this is the China National Space Administration. And yeah, they're incredibly secretive. So no, I don't find it strange at all. It's par of the course, honestly, for what I would expect from China. Not to negate their efforts that they did. Like, congrats to them. They did a fantastic job, very clearly, on making that happen. So, and welcome to the club. Which it is admittedly 3 countries: the Soviet Union, the United States, and China. But do we really count the Soviet Union in that? Because their Mars probe worked for like 15 seconds and then died. So I think you can, so in my eyes, yeah, we'll give their Mars lander, props for the soft landing. But I feel like operating on the surface, no, it didn't. Because Beagle 1, which landed in 2003, they found Beagle 1, and they found that it had opened up its petals and everything, but it didn't. That final petal to uncover the antennae to talk didn't deploy, and we consider that a failed mission. So why should we do that Soviet Mars mission as a failed mission or a successful mission? And I don't say that from like an America first kind of perspective. I say it more from just like a consistency kind of perspective with it. But I also don't feel like becoming pedantic about it. So I'm like pretty okay with calling it that. But like if you discount the Soviet Union's probe that worked for 15 seconds, that means that Mars was entirely the domain of just JPL, my friends, up the freeway from me here. And now it is we've got some extra friends there. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing if China does release data from it and how good that data is, because nothing says you can't study the data here in the United States. So nothing stops you from doing that. Because once you release data publicly, it's for everybody to use. Loopy asking, did we ever do Venus, or was that a realm entirely to the Soviets? No, we did Venus. We did the Pioneer Venus. Well, Mariner, first of all, did Venus back in the 60s, and then we had Pioneer Venus in the 70s into the 80s. And there were on the Pioneer Venus multi-probe mission, there were 4 atmospheric probes. They were not designed to reach the surface, but one of them did reach the surface. So I guess it accidentally worked. With it there. So what's up? Okay, we'll check it. Yeah, so yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, they did. So it was accidental landings on Venus. So good stuff, right? Pretty good stuff. Yeah, since we're in the context of it. I mean, on Venus, if you're landing, you're basically just smacking into the ground. You're not really doing anything spectacular. You can just stick your arms out on Venus and jump from really high up, and you're good. Mostly because you'll burn on the way down. Actually, I don't think things would burn technically on Venus. Carbon dioxide atmosphere would be pretty hard to make things burn. So more corrode, I suppose, with that. Might even be hard to have stuff oxidize, so or at least oxidize rapidly like we have here on Earth. So I totally agree, Atomic J. We need to do more Venus landings. 100% on board with that. Venus is a super unstudied planet. It definitely deserves a lot more love than it gets, because I think it's a fantastic example of not necessarily what will happen to the Earth if we don't approach climate change more seriously than we already are, because we're not close enough. We're not going to be able to put that much kind of carbon dioxide out. So we're not going to have that kind of a runaway greenhouse. But I think you'll learn just as much about Earth as you do studying Venus. So I think it's an important one to do with that. And yeah, as Loopy is pointing out, we need to do more Venus because Magellan was the best spacecraft ever assembled by anyone ever, which kind of talk about that. Magellan was made of spare parts. They basically looked around JPL and figured out what they had and could pulled together and made it out of spare parts. It's literally like Voyager's backup high gain antenna, Voyager's main bus, Galileo's radio equipment, a star tracker from an inertial upper stage from the space shuttle auxiliary power unit. It was just like stupid Franken probe. In advisable space, I would love to see a probe land on Mercury. I agree. And actually, I believe the Russia's what's it called? Russia is thinking of doing a mission to Mercury, and they're talking about having a surface lander for that. It'd be pretty cool. I think it'd be pretty cool. Would have to be with that there. So Daniel's 30 saying, my nation added another crater to the Martian landscape. The ExoMars rover was built down the road from me. Well, that was Schiaparelli. That was your landing tester. So hopefully Rosalind Franklin does good, and I'm hoping for it. I want to see it more rovers, more data. I do not have this mindset of JPL only, kind of thing. So please, more players in this game. The more we get, more data we get, the faster we learn things, and that's imperative with that. So. All right, so kind of wanted to go back to the one question I saw here from Avina Laughmate, which is what's in the future for tomorrow. I miss seeing your newscasts. Yeah, I definitely miss doing the live shows. That was a lot of fun. So what's in the future for tomorrow? Live shows. They will be returning. As to when they are going to be returning, don't know yet. Hopefully by the end of this year. I've heard by summer, like July-ish, but that was a long time ago, so I don't know if that still stands. It is not my decision to make on when tomorrow returns, and I'm completely okay with that because I'm still doing news and stuff like that. But ultimately, when tomorrow returns, it will return. And the thing about tomorrow is that we're not interested in pumping out a quantity of things, of videos and stuff like that. We're interested in pumping out quality and story and making sure that things are good because, people have memberships and other stuff like that. And we feel like if you're supporting us, you should get something of a extremely high, exquisite quality. And if that cannot be delivered, then we will not do it. I guess is kind of how the mindset is in the decision to stop live shows, which is a decision I agree with. If things are not where they're supposed to be at, then maybe we should stop and try to regroup and figure things out. And then, of course, COVID happened with all that stuff. And even still kind of, even though restrictions are much lesser here in the Los Angeles and Orange County areas now, it's still one of those things where you got to be safe. And it's just, I just feel like it's a little difficult to do that presently. But, I don't know. We'll find out. But I can say tomorrow is here. Nobody's leaving tomorrow. Nobody's leaving the show. And nobody's changing their minds on anything. But we're gonna do it. When we return, it will be correct. And it will be at the right time. We're not going to return just for the sake of returning, which I know that kind of annoys people. But, we got to do what we got to do. So that's kind of how it goes. So, yeah. So, oh yeah. So Ryan, you got a little blip wrong. It's okay. We'll get things wrong on tomorrow from time to time. And, we just, it is what it is. We're human. We make mistakes. 2 years ago, I couldn't pronounce a single thing about China correct. So you know, and now I'm trying to, now that the effort's there and I understand it, it works a little bit better, hopefully. So, yeah, so, yeah. Boy, those times to be a doubter. Yeah. So, anything else? Is there anything else that folks want to know about? So, yeah. So, yeah, because I mean, like, there's tons we could talk about. It's just what's your pleasure today with that. So, I guess to kind of keep with space news, to kind of talk about that a little bit. The reason that there's been so many delays and things like that is me. It's been tough. So I'll just put it that way. So if there's anyone to get mad at, it's not Ryan, it's me. And I can't stand it when people get mad at Ryan for things that he didn't do. So, yeah. And Ryan's there to stay as well. So Ryan's not going anywhere. So sorry. So Ryan is good. So Ryan is fantastic at doing the good work. So sorry for all of you who don't like it. So yeah, get it wrong every once in a while, but who doesn't? So it's just that the people who get it wrong aren't often doing it in front of 60,000 subscribers. So it happens. Shit happens, right? It happens. I've screwed up. I've screwed up on air. I've probably screwed up multiple times here. So, and of course, with the don't like it, deal with it. Is not meant in disrespect. It's meant in just, that's how it is. You know, we're not changing. So, sorry. So just, you know, learn to enjoy Ryan with it. So, yeah. And I like everybody who's on the TMRO crew as well. Even past folks of TMRO who we may reconnect with, just to let you know, kind of talking about doing some stuff like that. Sorry, I got a bug in here. So I'm actually excited on that front of possibly bringing folks, legacy folks from TMRO back. And I'm extremely excited at that prospect. And I really hope that we do follow through on that. So it's fun. It's fun. It's really good. Everybody's happy. So yeah. Yeah. And, yeah, it's okay to. That's a good one. Inadvisable. I quite like that. That's pretty good. Darko, definitely have a heart for you too, for that. So we're gonna try to do roundtables. From what I understand, from what Jamie has said, and most of this is coming from the live streams that Jamie has done on her own on the channel, is that. It is going to go back to essentially a round table format, and we're gonna run with that, and you know, just go with that. So that's the way it is, and I'm excited about that because I super love round tables because that's when the funniest things come out. That's when the really good points are made, and that's when a lot of learning happens. Yeah, Colton, you just summed it up perfectly. Having conversations is the best. I just love the fact that it's going to be like a bunch of us. A bunch of us sitting around, you know, having a drink, just talking about space. That's what we do. We just talk about space. It's pretty fun. And drink. Talk about space and drink. How else do you want to spend your Saturday, right? Yeah, sure. You could come along. So yeah, bring your wine. So yeah, have wine, we'll travel. Fan, good point with that. And also, like, what's, you know, in the time that we haven't been streaming, there's been like the rise of other folks too, right? Like, oh my God, like Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut, he's just taken off. He's just become like a rocket in terms of popularity. And that is just so awesome to see Tim out there thriving. Also, Lab Padre and Boca Chica Gal and a whole bunch of other folks just knocking it out of the park. Like, damn, like, holy smokes. This is just a renaissance of science communication. And it's an awesome thing to see that's been happening. Oh yeah, Tim's graphical overlays. Oh my God. And his broadcasts are good. Oh God, it's just amazing. I'm like, it's just so good. Yeah. And NASA spaceflight as well with their shows and stuff like that. I love every, you know, all ships rise with the tide is one of our biggest things that we stress at Tomorrow. So there is so for us at Tomorrow, we don't look at it as competition. We look at it as all of us striving for the same goal. And the fact that we're all going for the same goal is a really good way, really good thing to do. So yeah, from their thing, flapping water. So yeah, no worries. So yeah. So yeah, it's been awesome watching the rise of other folks come through and people who like deserve it, which is everybody. So okay, so this always comes up, and this comes up in the comments a lot. So I'll go ahead and address it, as well as I will address it as much as I am willing to, which while still keeping it correct in the way it should be addressed. So a big question that always comes up, and you'll always see it in comments too, is this, which is what you're asking, Avina Laughmate, which is what happened with Space Mike. So Space Mike leaving Tomorrow was a decision that was made amicably, and it is Space Mike's story to tell. It is not for us to say. I can safely say that Space Mike will not be back on Tomorrow, unfortunately. I feel like if Space Mike wanted to, he could have a fantastic. I mean, Epic Future Space was fantastic. So if Space Mike wanted to return to that, he could. That is Space Mike's prerogative. That is not ours or anyone else's. And Space Mike is free to live life however. And Tomorrow didn't fit into into the equation. So that's what happened. It was an amicable part. There was no animosity. There's still zero animosity now. I was hoping that Space Mike would kind of do his own thing, because I would love to have supported that, but also that's his prerogative. So it's his decision to kind of do what he does, and that's the way it goes. And if Mike wants to talk about it one day, Mike is welcome to talk about it, but I'm not speaking on behalf of Space Mike. The only thing I can say is that the decision to part ways was amicable. There was and is no animosity, and Space Mike unfortunately will not be on Tomorrow. So wish Mike the best, all of that. Wish the pug the best, and all of that. But overall, yeah, Space Mike's not coming back. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. That's not our story to tell. It's not our thing to talk about. It is ultimately the decisions behind it are, if Space Mike wants to talk about it, then Space Mike can talk about it. That's not for me to talk about. That would be horrendously invasive and rude, and no, not doing it. So there you go. So so there you go. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. So wish Mike the best. Hope he's doing well, and rooting for him to come back and do his own thing if he wants, but ultimately his life, he's doing it on his terms. So great for him. So all right. So that is how I will discuss that. So because that is something that we get asked about a lot, and we get a lot of comments about, and it's just not happening. So sorry. Yeah. Yeah, as Phil said, we had Tim on as a guest, Tim Dodd on as a guest, and we encouraged him to take off, and look at him. Look at what he's done. He's done some great stuff with it there. So really cool with that. Oh, Phil, I totally agree with that. Chips, salsa, guac, and beers. Yeah, absolutely. I totally need that. Yo, Terrence, what's happening, Terrence? What's up, Terrence? What you doing, Terrence? So welcome. Yeah, we're deep into the stream now. Holy moly, we're going pretty long. yeah, Tim does use the TMRO chat, and that's a really cool thing that I'm really glad that we do. We have this resource and we get to share it with folks, and that's one thing I certainly appreciate about Jamie, which is that you know, Jamie really is super awesome because she's decided to basically be like, yeah, we have this resource. Who else wants to use it? Because we're currently not. So who wants to use it? So yeah, it's pretty fun stuff. Pretty good stuff. All right, so I'm gonna jump on. I'm just jumping on the Twitter here just to throw the link out there. Just be like, hey, it's still streaming. If you want to join, so. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Jamie is next level. Let me tell you, I am like, whenever anybody is like, you should change this about TMRO, I'm like, no, I'm not going to touch it because it's Jamie's. So in Jamie, I trust big time with what Jamie does. Yeah, I have nothing but like the utmost respect and awe of Jamie at work. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely appreciating the work that went into things with Jamie to make this happen. Also, I want to give a shout out to Colton as well, who helped me set up the stream today and troubleshooted basically my technology not knowing dumb ass, and helped me get on the air late today. Late, my fault, because I didn't have a hammer nearby to fix my computer. But turns out didn't need a hammer, just needed an ability called reading, which I didn't do. So once again, thank you so much, Colton, for doing this. So give everybody a big shout out to Colton and like tap on the head or pet the head or rub the belly or whatever Colton wants. There you go. That's how I could go. Excuse me a sec. I'm just going to grab a drink from my refrigerator here with it. So what do I want today? I'm going to have a coffee. I'm going to have a coffee. You all want to join me for some coffee? A little afternoon coffee here? So there we go. Yeah, big ups to Colton. Thank you so much with that, Colton. Definitely super appreciated. Yeah, so this is fun. Y'all, here we are. We're just hanging out, having a good time, like just enjoying ourselves. Everything going good here. So, yep, I'm having coffee right now. Having here it is. Let me show it to you. Boss coffee. Boss is canned coffee from Japan. So I quite like it. So it's good stuff. Yeah, I really like it. It's tasty. And it's got a good amount of caffeine in it. Not like a whoop ass amount of caffeine, but it's got like the right amount of caffeine in it for me to just keep going. Yeah, 130 milligrams of caffeine, perfect. That's like right in my sweet spot. Yes, canned coffee. This is from Japan, like directly from Japan. I have to order it from Japan. So yeah, and it's good. So most canned coffee sucks. But this is pretty damn good. So I don't know what Boss does to make it good, or I guess their parent company Centauri does to make it good. But it's good stuff. And yeah, please keep praising Colton. Colton is amazing. Colton is like that behind the scenes person that doesn't get what's due. And like seriously, Colton, you rock. Just like infinite praise about Colton. Avina left me. What does the symbol on your t-shirt mean? Yes, this is Sukhoi, the Soviet-era Russian aerospace company. So I have shirts that are quite all over the gambit. I also have a Tupolev shirt. Hopefully I said Sukhoi right. If not, someone in the comments will correct me. Because because there was a big debate actually on the Tomorrow episode about it in our After Dark that we did for that. I had a shirt for North American Aviation as well. Represent hometown aerospace company, and also OG Lockheed Martin, OG Lockheed symbol with that as well. I still have that shirt, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I really like wearing aerospace. And also, like, when most people look at it, they just think it's a really cool design, but like, it's a real company that does real aerospace work. And also the Su-35, Sukhoi Su-35 is one of my favorite fighter jets. So that too. So with that, so yeah, canned coffee. Yeah, canned coffee. Believe it or not. Oh, Loopy, what's your favorite thing the shuttle launched? Removing easy answers like Hubble and the station. Ooh, that's a tough one. You gonna come on through? Yeah, come on through. Say hi to the internet at least.
Hi.
So that's my mom. If you were here at the start of this program, you saw my mom, and we talked a little bit earlier. So if you weren't here at the start, you gotta wait. I'm sorry. What's my favorite thing? Shuttle launched. For you, Loopy, Magellan, right? Oh man, what is my favorite thing shuttle launched? I would say whatever that Department of Defense payload was that shuttle deployed, that people like tracked for 15 years, and it would like pop up in new orbits all the time. I think that would be it. I really actually love the fact that shuttle did Department of Defense missions, because I love like an air of mystery around the space shuttle. Because shuttle was basically the Air Force saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, and we're not, and we'll buy it. We'll buy it only if you do this. No, we'll buy it only if you do this. Okay, change this and then we'll buy it. Okay, change this and then we'll buy it. Oops, we're not buying any. Sorry. So yeah. Oh, Loopy, that is fantastic. Another good set as well. Galileo, Ulysses, and Chandra. Yeah, super good with that there. Chandra, of course, STS-93. Eileen Collins, steely-eyed missile woman, flying that ascent. Holy fuck. What an ascent that was. Avina Laughmate is asking, still hate SLS? No, not really. I look at it now as a necessary evil. SLS has capabilities that other rockets don't, such as the exploration upper stage will be able to chuck a lot of weight. It also has the ability to suck a ton of money and development time away from good projects, and deliver those to the right congressional district. It is what it is. So I'm never going to say no to more rockets. Obviously, I would prefer SLS to be done in a productive manner, to say the least. Yeah, Atomic J's got it right. Kind of, yeah, Orange Rocket, okay. I understand its existence and other stuff. That's with it. Daniels 30 says something. National Reconnaissance Office has recently been celebrating the National Security Mission Specialists. I bet they have some interesting stories to tell. Yeah. Yeah, I bet that would be amazing. I kind of think about that too with my dad. A lot of people don't know this. My dad, in the 80s and 90s, worked at the Northrop plant here in the Los Angeles area on the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. There's some things that I know he did. There are mostly things that I know that I don't know what he did. And I would often ask him, hey, what did you do? And he would say, well, you'll find out in 30 to 40 years. So, and these were things like he said, a couple of years ago before he passed away. So, he took him to the grave with himself there with that. So, yeah, so it was pretty cool. Yeah, actually, Thom, that's a really good point. With SLS, you need to have a second string on the bench. Yeah, that's very true. Lacks the Chad Delta energy. guys are cracking me up today. I love you all. Yeah, you do need assured access is a thing. So that's why I don't want to necessarily say that's why Vulcan is happening, but I mean, you know, you need it. You cannot have a single rocket. We learned that the hard way in the 80s when everything was, when legislation was passed that basically said fly it all on shuttle. And guess what happened? Challenger. And then there was that mad scramble to get everything, you know, Titan. Oh, we need to get the Titan 4 and Delta 2 capable and all this other stuff. So yeah, assured access is a thing. Very sorry. It's just a part of the industry. Just like with commercial crew, I know people are bashing Boeing into the ground, and Boeing absolutely deserves every single lump and bruise and welt and cut that they've got on their face right now, because they absolutely blew it with OFT-1. Hardcore blew it. But I do want to say, and we'll talk about this in tomorrow news a little bit, which is that they did smarten up, and Boeing has gotten their shit together in a very good way. They got the right people in the right places on Starliner now, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to do. But it is something, you know, if God forbid, on a SpaceX Crew Dragon launch, they lose the booster and Crew Dragon aborts, gets away safely and everything. And then you're down waiting, and then you have to stop and you have to figure out what went wrong with the booster. And you've got months of this, you know, these kinds of things, because if on a NASA flight, if the booster goes, it's not going to be like when what was it, AMAA 16 or whatever it was, the Facebook satellite. Fuck Zuckerberg, first of all, so I'm not really sad about that one. Robot. Yeah, it won't be a quick investigation like that. It'll be a long one because it's NASA, and obviously you have to do your due diligence. Just like how with OFT-1's multitude of anomalies, there has to have been a tremendous amount of due diligence to do that. And props to Boeing for eating the cost. And I know a lot of people are like, well, damn well better. But I mean, you know, they could have technically pulled some strings and not made that happen, but they owned up to it. I'm sure the 737 MAX issues kind of helped with that too. So there goes my chance of interviewing anybody ever again. As you guys get me, as I said, raw as it is. So it's kind of the way I go. So don't want to necessarily say that when I'm on tomorrow, I bite my tongue a bit, but there are times where I will just not going to say anything because, again, not entirely my show. I will say on tomorrow, Jamie has told me multiple times that I have full discretion to ask whatever I want. So it's not like I'm limited by Jamie or anybody else higher up at tomorrow. We can totally say whatever we want as long as there's a good justification for saying it or bringing up the question or asking it. And I do say, if we ever get to interview Tory Bruno again, I'm just going to point blank ask him, reusability. Why are you, it's proven to be economically viable. Why are you resisting it? So I'll totally ask Tory that. By the way, I just want to say, hats off to Tory Bruno for being an awesome CEO. Talking to people on Twitter and everything like that. Like, I don't really know many companies, period, let alone an aerospace company, where you can just like tweet at the CEO and he just gets you back like immediately. Like, what the hell? Like, Tory, what are you doing? So that's so cool with everything with it. So, oh God, Loopy. And thanks, Abby left me. Thank you. I'm just being me and enjoying the ride, and hoping that you guys get to enjoy the ride too. And Tory Bruno is one of my favorite people. So real talk here. When I was going to interview Tory Bruno back on our Tomorrow episode in 2017, I was super nervous about it, because this to me was like my first big interview. And actually, really, the first interview that I was super nervous for was William Pomerantz, because that was my first ever interview on Tomorrow back in 2015. And I just didn't know Will Pomerantz that well at that time. Will's an amazing person. So like nowadays, it's just like show up and sit down, and just me and Will are just chilling now. It's just kind of how it goes when you interview him. but I was so nervous about interviewing Tori, and it was one of those things where I could look back on it and I could see that it was coming through when we were doing our warm-ups and kind of getting in, and just you know, we ask standard things before we officially get started. You know, like, is there anything you specifically would like to talk about? Is there anything specifically you can't talk about? Because in aerospace, that's a very important thing to make sure that you figure out what you can't talk about as well. That's why I said some things are going to just be off limits, unfortunately, with my Ask Me Almost. That's why they're called Ask Me Almost Anything, because in terms of aerospace stuff, sometimes you really just actually can't say anything. And I could tell, and, you know, I was just kind of getting in with it, kind of trying to build some traction for myself, because it just felt like my wheels were slipping. I was just getting nervous, and just talking with Tori. And then Tori made a joke about my mohawk and him having a mohawk. I can't remember what was said, but it was like an instant switch that just like to me instantly, and just kept it that way for the rest of the interview. And I thank you, Tori, for doing that. With that was like amazing that happened. So that was a very cool thing that happened. A custom coffee blend. Darko FC. Funny son is a student. Just bought a custom coffee blend. K Aviator. Loose translation. Seems he is studying that. Yeah, pretty good stuff. Marty the Martian is asking or saying, Boss Coffee have fun ads with Tommy Lee Jones on YouTube. Yeah, they do. So if you're wondering, I'm drinking Boss Coffee because that is, I like simple things. So coffee in a can, awesome. Good stuff if you ask me. Yeah, it's good stuff. And yeah, they look up some Boss Coffee ads after the stream, and they're hilarious with Tommy Lee Jones. I love the one when he's a teacher at a school and he's like beating out everybody, all the pranks they have set up for him. I love when he like walks up to the lectern and he says something in Japanese, and then he like smacks the books down and they collapse. I absolutely love Japanese product commercials, because it's just so out there, and then like they get Americans involved in it, and it's just Japandering to the max, and it just cracks me up all the time with it. Let's see. Daniel's 30. This is a good question. Jared, have you been enjoying this year's F1 season so far? Damn right, I have been enjoying the hell out of it. Formula One is amazing. I've been following Formula One since the mid-90s. Yeah, when I was in elementary school. It's been awesome. So I'm a huge Lewis Hamilton fan. Before you judge me too harshly for that, I was watching Lewis Hamilton in GP2, and I told my uncle back in 2006, I said, Lewis Hamilton's someone to watch. You're going to become a big star. Yeah, I ended up being correct about that. I'm enjoying this. Formula One has actually given me one of my favorite memories, which in 2019, I went to the US Grand Prix and I watched Lewis get his sixth title. So that was awesome to see that live in front of me in person at Austin. I really can't wait to go back. I'm not going to go back this year because I just don't think this is the right time to be, even later this year, I don't think it's going to be the right time to be traveling. And I just want to err on the side of caution for that. But, you know, is what it is. But yeah, I've really been enjoying the Formula One race this year, or season so far this year. Max Verstappen with the competition from Red Bull against Lewis at Mercedes is awesome. Competition in Formula One is great. I think my favorite thing that's happening so far this season is that Lewis and Max are being very clean in their racing. They're not crashing into each other or being jerks to each other in their racing. They're being very clean about it, and they're being very good. I really appreciate that, and I think a lot of us fans are appreciating that as well, simply because, you know, Schumacher was fun. What's up? Okay, I'll get it. Schumacher was fun to watch, but also there was that sort of, you know, thing with it. Actually, you know, Ryan, I would say Max punting Lewis off Imola at turn 1, Lewis went in hot at that turn in the wet. So that's how it is. You take that risk when you try to jump on that racing line. So to me, that's what that was. I would love to do a show about breaking down Formula One races. But to me, it's like doing a D&D podcast. There's so many people out there that are doing D&D podcasts. What am I going to add to the conversation? Nothing, likely nothing new. So thank you, Mom. My mom said, "Your beautiful face." Just there's if you really like Formula One, 2 channels I really like are Driver 61. He does a really good job of breaking things down, and he's an actual race car driver too. So done open wheel and driven Formula One cars, so he knows his shit. And Josh Revel as well. It's 2 fantastic groups. And then just racing in general as well. Black Flags Matter is another one. Not a particularly great named channel, but that was the channel was named well before the not so great connotations that could come from that in terms of, I'm going to name it as a parody for that. But yeah, those are my 3 favorite racing channels that I like to watch. So with that, so yeah. So super excited. I'm looking forward to Monaco because we didn't have Monaco last year. Also Monaco. So usually it's a double header here in the United States. You get Monaco at 5 in the morning, and then we get the Indy 500 at 11 in the morning. So, have a drink, watch a Monaco, and then have a Bloody Mary watching the Indy 500. But not this year. Unfortunately, Indy 500 is going to be a week after Monaco, so 2 weeks from today. But looking forward to it. Also, one thing I have been doing this year that I said I was going to do at the wrap up of the season last year is I said, I'm going to start watching NASCAR, and I'm going to try to see what's up with NASCAR. And I got to say, it's actually really fun to watch NASCAR. When you watch NASCAR as a racing series of strategy, then it becomes a lot more fun to watch it that way. It still takes I still have a tremendous amount of respect for NASCAR drivers because there's nothing easy about an oval. It's a big turn, and you have to get it right like 200, 250, 500 times. Yeah, that's tough. So holy smokes. And then you do that for a very long period of time as well. And that's not easy. So nothing but respect for those folks. Honestly, if you get in a race car, I have like a tremendous amount of respect for you, unless you're Nikita Mazepin, because you suck ass. So that's been pretty funny this year with Nikita Mazepin. It's like we finally have a guy we can all hate, and rightfully so. Yeah, there was a time that I had that I had done an equal number of laps in Formula One as Nikita Mazepin had. And that statistic of Roman Grosjean was on fire longer than Nikita Mazepin raced at Bahrain cracks me up all the time. So, yeah, Marty, I got to say, NASCAR, the world's most exciting left turn. Yeah, it is a bunch of left turns, but I've gone to a NASCAR race in person as a kid, and I just didn't like it because it was pretty boring. I don't know if that would be the same as an adult, because here, at least in Los Angeles, we have the Long Beach Grand Prix, which is IndyCar, and that's always fun. We didn't have it last year, unfortunately, because of COVID, rightfully so. They moved it to September this year, so we'll see if that still happens. Really hoping to go because I do enjoy going. But I do want to say, Marty, NASCAR did add some road courses this year, and they have done some interesting like road ovals with it. And they did that really cool race at Bristol where they put down dirt and they basically did a dirt race with NASCAR Cup cars. And that was really fun to watch because like that's like classic style NASCAR. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so let me run through the comments because I've been talking for a while, so I got to make sure that I got question marks, or I got all my question marks here. Cameron Dass is in F3, a local Baltimore guy, supported by my local cars and coffee. Vax, I've lost a lot of my down series watching, and so I guess I need to get back on that. I'm all for an American hopefully getting in Formula One. So let's see. Yeah, nobody likes Mazepin. I don't think even Mazepin's dad likes him. That's why he's got him out there running in the worst car ever. Yeah, thank you, Kaspar. Hamilton's great, crazy respect, even though I'm a Ferrari guy. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, in Formula One, I like everybody except for Mazepin. Everybody's got every driver except for Mazepin brings their own sort of unique kind of style and secret sauce, if you will, to it. And I love Formula One because it's just so like free in the design work and everything like that. I wish we could figure out like an unlimited series of that. I know the FIA's World Endurance Championship with their hypercar thing is kind of like that. Sort of like free with that, but you know, with it. So, Marty, are you asking me that? Have you ever seen the Mount Panorama races in Australia? So, like, wow, no. If that's V8 supercars, I've tried to find where I can get V8 supercars footage or races from, and it is incredibly difficult to find that. But I've wanted to because it seems like a very fun racing series. Good one, Casper. Yeah, and Darko, you kind of put a really good point there, which is that there's an adrenaline rush seeing those things happen, especially if you get to participate in them. So yeah, it's really, really fun. I know when I go off-roading, you know, 60, 70 miles an hour down a like a sandy road, it's really fun, dune bashing and everything like that. So it's pretty fun. So do you need some help? Because I can take a break real quick if you need some help.
I'll get it.
Are you sure?
But I'm gonna try.
Okay, well, here. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of a break, like a 5 to 10 minute break here, everybody. So you all just kind of go about your own thing. I'm going to come back. Also, I kind of got to go. So give me a second, and I will return in about 5 to 10 minutes. So stand by. Let me help you.
Gee, thanks.
Should I get up and go back and say break's over?
Yeah. No, I need the wires.
You needed what?
I need those chains. Things.
Yes, well, where's that at?
Well, one's in the front.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, you're pulled all the way, by the way. So, are you going to watch this now? Little escape artist, I see you.
steps go that thing. I don't know if you can. I don't know if that's gonna work or not.
Where?
I think one here, one there.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So here. Cool. All right. First.
Oh, that one's shorter.
Would you like it? Other side?
Replace that one.
A little bit better too, because it's a circle, full circle. Oh, circle, good. How about the short one?
That's good.
Other side?
Yep.
No.
Perfect.
Perfect?
I think so. I may need a little shorter. You can take it about 3 or 4 links up. I'd like to have a hummingbird feeder sit about here.
You want me to pull the links off? Or
No, just move it up. Like that. Maybe 2 more. So this is one that I can get perfect. I can do that.
Same with this one?
2.
2? Two over there.
2.
Same height.
Okay.
You need any more?
Anything to go for?
No. You know me, I can never shut up.
It's interesting to listen to you.
Why?
Just because. Okay, so I don't get to be around very much. So today I decided I was going to be around.
I'm glad I got to have you on. Oh, it's excellent.
Okay, so when you're done, do you know what time you're going to be doing?
No. This just goes until it goes.
Okay, because I do need a couple of things around, because I cannot move that thing by myself. And it's sat out there in the rain, so I know it's gonna. Okay, I'm gonna go take care of you.
Okay, you want some help with that, or?
I think I'm.
I still want you to spill it on yourself.
No,
Super. Okay. You tell me how you want to do this. Go on. Missy, over here.
I got one more to bring out.
You want me to help with that? Yes.
That will be it for the time being, I think. I just have to keep my body control.
What's that? Yeah. wants some chicken. Got it. Nice.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else? Everything starting to slow everything down after.
Yep. All right.
So everybody like one.
All right, everybody, back. Hopefully that was a nice break for you. Oh. Whew. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Welcome back to this. All right, back to the Ask Me Almost Anything with that there. So, hi, everybody. Oh, y'all are too kind.
The hawks are screaming.
Yeah, well, the hawks can scream all they want. Avina Laughmate, is that a pink rocket? It absolutely is a pink rocket. So let me grab it. I'll show you. This is. It's actually a Black Brant, a sounding rocket design that's pink. So go figure, right?
So you call it terror.
So nice, right? Very good. So unfortunately, this one on the previous flight decided to stick into the ground like an Acme rocket, and the fin has separated from it there. And yeah, that's fiberglass. That's not getting fixed. So, so now it's a cool rocket in the background, though. So it's definitely good. I like it. So it's pretty funny how I don't think people realize that I really am in a garage. So, like, no joke when we talk about the garage of tomorrow. So, see inadvisable. So, you know, like, it's no joke. Like, that is, like, that's a rocket collection. And that's one of my full-size spares for my Jeep when I go off-roading. So, like, you know, that's what we got back there. Like, that's an actual that is an actual refrigerator where there is stuff in it right now. So
That's one of the dinosaurs.
it is an old refrigerator. So that is true. Okay, so YouTube won't allow me to grab my pink. Okay, yeah, that's all right. So stream belonged. Oh, okay, Colt, that's fine. I don't know what's going on, but okay. Okay, so Avina Laughmate, you're asking, what's your plans for the future? Like, are you talking about like excuse me there. It's one of the like 6 or 7 times I sneeze a year. So wow, it was on stream, it was live. Are you talking about like with the channel here or like other things or what? Like specify yourself with that as I watch my dog. Oh, whatever I want to talk about. Okay. So my plans for the future. Well, tomorrow I'm gonna probably sleep in to 8 a.m. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I kind of wanted to talk about the channel a little bit. Kind of coming in. Oh, how long? Okay, I gotta do this one real quick. Ryan's asking, how long will Mazepin last at Monaco? Actually, in a Formula One group I'm in on Discord, the current name of the Formula One group is a first lap safety car at Monaco, and I think Mazepin will make it to. I think he'll make it to the swimming pool, and then right about there, that's when he's gonna screw it up. So, thank you for the sneeze, or thank you for the bless you. Thank you for the sneeze. So. Okay. Yes. Give me a second. I'm helping out today a little bit. So. You want to go in the air again? Come here. Come here. Okay, come on. So, what are my plans? What are my plans for the future? Well, I intend to ransom the world for several $billion. What do you think? Do you think $1 billion is worth it? Do you think so? Do you want to take over the world with me? All you want is chicken. All you want me is to grill the chicken already. So, yep, I said chicken and you looked right in my eyes. You looked right in my eyes like, why isn't it here yet? So, all right, get lost. So, I love you, puppy. Okay, so what am I going to do for the future? Well, I could talk a little bit about the channel stuff. And I guess I could talk about myself too with that. Always weird to be like, yeah, so here's what I'm thinking in my future, because it can kind of change pretty rapidly. But for my channel, I'm hoping to really kind of gear up a bit over the next couple of weeks. I'm getting into the rhythm. I don't know if you all have noticed who are subscribed to this channel, my channel, that I've been getting into a nice rhythm of getting stuff out and kind of putting things out there. So expect a It's All Up There astronomy news show this week. Also expect my super secret show that I've been working on for quite a while to debut as well. So because I'm very excited to be doing that one. It's something that nobody's doing right now, and it is space related. And I think it's a pretty cool little show idea that I have with that. STS shooting the shit. Obviously, that requires people. So STS to me is an in-person show. It is like I'm not going to be doing it over Zoom with anybody or anything like that. That to me, because in-person chemistry just works so much better than talking with someone over a computer. I know that you and me and us, we've got some real good chemistry going right now, but it's not as good as if, we were in like a theater and I was sitting here taking questions or talking about stuff in front of a whole bunch of people. So, so there's something to be said about in-person with that. So right now, it's kind of limited to people I know who are comfortable coming in. So people who are fully vaccinated and comfortable coming in. So I'm fully vaccinated. I've been fully vaccinated for 2 months now. So I got, because one of my jobs is technically government, I got in to get vaccinated super early for that because I was considered government essential, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there's that. So, see you, Daniels. It was great. Great to see you. Yep, Pfizer gang represent house Pfizer in here. Yeah, so with STS, the main component of that is the fact that if I'm with someone, it's going to be much significantly better than it would be just like on Zoom. So I have to find people who are fully vaccinated and also who are comfortable coming in. So Blake is fully vaccinated and he's comfortable coming in. My partner, who may be coming on STS this week, because again, who says nepotism doesn't get you far? My partner may be on this the next weekend's episode of STS. Don't know yet. I had to kind of confirm everything with that. And then I've got a couple people I'm trying to line up. But ultimately, I'm just basically being like, hey, if you feel like coming on, if you feel comfortable enough coming on, feel free. If not, I want to have you on at some point. And yeah, Loopy, whenever I come out to Florida for a launch, or you come out here, we're going to sit you down. You will sit down at the shitty table, and talk with me, which actually I need to go to the flower shop and grab the shitty table. Oh yeah, there you go. Horrible puns, already coming in from Loopy. Pun number 1, I'm a cow online. So I got Moderna. So, good Lord. Ow! That hurt a little bit. So I'll explain that in a little bit too. Ow! It's hurting pretty good today. What else? So besides STS, there's also adventure, which obviously you can't have adventure without being able to go out. And it's like the past year and a quarter or so, I haven't exactly been able to go out, you know. I actually do have a ton of footage from a backpacking trip that I did do before the pandemic hit. Sorry, brain slowed down there for a second. Yeah, what is fucking shit? So I do have a ton of footage from a backpacking trip to Mount Wilson, which is a little sort of small backpacking. Well, I don't want to call it small backpacking, but it's like a nice introductory backpacking trip that we did with a bunch of friends to introduce them to backpacking. Somebody earlier said, would I be comfortable leading a group to like beginner backpacking or something like that? And a little bit, I still have a bit to learn myself as well. You know, Michelangelo, and still I'm learning. Or was it Leonardo da Vinci? I don't know, some old white guy who did stuff. But yeah, I would actually be down to do a little bit of a teaching backpacking trip, and maybe I'll do that for an adventure episode for all I know. But yeah, well, head, that's just an editorial kind of thing. So that's like whenever there's something on my mind for it. But I do have a episode of Head that I would like to do that would talk about my mental health battles and things that had to do with that. Because that's not something that often gets talked about amongst people. And I think that that's bad. We should definitely talk about it. We should do everything we can to remove the stigma of mental health. So, you know, I mean, just myself, bipolar type 1 with severe psychotic mania and ADHD and PTSD from some things that happened recently, which I can talk about during that episode ahead. But yeah, it's sorry to get heavy all of a sudden with it, but I definitely would love to talk about that simply because it's talked about in a way that makes it seem so taboo that people then hold it as a taboo when it's not really taboo. It should be handled. Putting Missy on the show, Max, you're killing me, man. Y'all are with your puns and things today. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that's kind of where my channel's at. Obviously I want to get to monetization, which I look at these live streams with folks watching to do that. And I'm just going to flat say that once I want to reach monetization with my YouTube channel, because I want to be able to do these amazing things and have a monetary support in order to do it. Because I would do this stuff for free because I'm doing that right now. Like, you know, nothing would help more than being able to leave the second job that I'm currently at, that I love dearly, but does not fit in with my future that I would like down the road, so that I can continue to do YouTube stuff, especially since I've had, you know, like I talked about earlier, this renaissance of me wanting to do filmmaking, photography, and other stuff, jump back in it again with it. So yeah, so right now with my channel, the goal is to get content, consistently good content. Much like tomorrow, I will not put out content on my channel if it is not good. If it does not pass my sniff test, it ain't going on. And that means that there will be, initially at this moment, there's going to be distance between what I would like to be regular items. So, because I feel like I don't want to say insulting, but it's very disingenuous for me to just crank out content. I'm not one of these people that's interested in putting out 5,000 videos just because I want to hit monetization within that time period that YouTube gives you. No, I want to make sure that all of my videos are something worth watching and something that's actually enjoyable. Kind of like how earlier somebody asked me, why isn't there a super chat? One, I don't know how to do it. Two, I don't think I'm actually at the level that YouTube allows you to do it yet. And three, I don't want to be taking money from anybody yet, because I'm not at the point that I'm comfortable taking money from folks. I want to make sure that you're getting something out of this before I start doing memberships or Patreon or however I'm going to do that. Ultimately, it is about making sure that I'm making things that I enjoy, that just so happen to have a fan base here on YouTube. And I'm totally not here to put out a bunch of shit just because I want to get some money. I want to make sure it's good, make sure it's high quality. And yeah. And I know monetization, you're kind of right, Ryan. Monetization is a pain, but it is also a pain that I'm willing to take because once you reach a certain level, things should become a little bit with it. And I'm if going through the mental health care system here in the United States has proven anything, I am one stubborn, petty bitch, and I will do whatever I need to do in order to get what I want. So I will definitely work with that. So yeah, that's kind of what it looks like for the channel right now. Monetization is the goal, but at the same time, that is driven. Sounds like a cargo plane going over. Again, living on the approach for LAX. Monetization is the goal. I would love to be able to support myself partially from this channel, or get enough support from the channel that I can actually put solid effort into the channel. That does not mean I'm not going to be putting solid effort into it now. It just means that I'm not going to be able to put the 5 or 6 things I want to put out a week. Instead, I'm only going to be putting out 2 or 3 things a week, depending upon. I could see some weeks where it's going to be 4, but mostly my consistent ones I'm going to be trying to do are It's All Up There, the astronomy news, STS, shooting the shit with sitting down and talking to people I find interesting, and just we're going to talk about whatever we want. And then my super secret project, which should have content from here till the end of time, as long as certain things are happening. And let's face it, with what it's about, and spaceflight and our human fascination with it, it's just never going to run out of things to talk about. So I'm really super excited for the super secret project, just because it is truly one of those things that I have not seen anybody else doing, and I'm like very excited about it. So stand by. That may be coming out this week. I'm still working on things, like I'm learning graphics and things. Tomorrow, has a great graphics package and stuff, and Jamie's fantastic at that. And I'm not Jamie, so I'm learning. But when I see like the work that's gone into things at Tomorrow, I understand the bar that it's at, and I want to hopefully get a bar that high and set it that high. And even if my channel was to take off, still going to be with Tomorrow. So don't worry about that. I'm never getting rid of Tomorrow. It's too much fun. And y'all are too much fun, as well. Oh my gosh, Ryan, don't do that. Saying what plane it was, freaking me out. That was loud if it was an A350. So interesting. So Rufta Man. Hey, Jared, will you grow your mohawk back someday? Yep, I will be growing my mohawk back, I think around July. So it's growing out right now. I'm taking care of my hair. As I said earlier today, a mohawk, the way that I do it, puts stress on the hair and the scalp. So every couple of years, kind of got to shave it and just let the hair chill out and let the scalp relax and other things like that, and let the hair grow back in strong. Yes, it will return in July, July-ish, somewhere in there. We'll see how that goes. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with it, because I have noticed I am starting to enter into the realm of male pattern baldness as I age through 32 here right now. But I have some ideas as to maybe how to get around that. So we'll see if I become a unicorn or we do what I call the speed tail. So I don't know. We'll kind of see where the haircut goes. Once July rolls around, I'll have a much better idea as to what specific type of mohawk I'm going to go with. So, but for now, it's just kind of as it is. Don't know if the fin hawk will be coming back in its entirety or not, but it's the way it goes. So, it's pretty good. So, yeah, thank you, Avina Laughmate. I hope I get where I want to go too, because it's a lot of fun and I have a lot of passion for this, and I want to spread that as much as I can. And money's very good at helping spread that. So there's a lot of people. There's a lot of things I want that I think would make the show better, but that's money. So, and it's money. So it's gonna have to make that happen. Rough Man asking if I still work at Griffith. Yes, I do. I still work at Griffith. All right. Even though we have been closed to the public for gosh, 14 months now. Yeah, I still work at Griffith. I was on the floor on the night that we got the call, if you will, from the city of LA that we're closing. Like, this is like, you all. It was very much like, are we closing now, or are we just going to go till our regular hours end up? So that was nuts. That was a very interesting night. And then I gotta say, the 3 to 4 months after the beginning of the lockdown here in LA was very weird, because if I needed to go somewhere, I'd jump on the freeway and there was no traffic. And having lived in Los Angeles all my life, I don't understand what happened. So Loopy, you're asking, do you still get to use the telescope at Griffith even when you're close to the public? And then qualifying that very quickly for science. So, and first of all, at Griffith Observatory, so because it's been a little while since I last said it, I'm going to go ahead and say it again real quick, which is that my opinions and things I'm saying here on this broadcast are mine and mine alone. They are not representative of my employers or any affiliates, and my opinions better than yours. So at Griffith Observatory, we are not a scientific observatory. We are not a research observatory. We have never been a research observatory. There was research done in the 60s, but that was after hours. And it was very short period of time that research was done, because our telescope is not a particularly big telescope. It's a 12-inch Zeiss refractor that was purchased from the Carl Zeiss Company in Jena, Germany in 1933, and then shipped over to the United States in 1934 and assembled. And then when we opened on May 14th, 1935, so yes, just 2 days ago, here in LA, 2 days ago, depending upon where you are on the earth right now, we celebrated our 86th birthday, or 86th anniversary since the opening of Griffith Observatory. But Griffith has always been a public observatory. Our benefactor, Griffith J. Griffith, who was he made a ton of money in the late 1800s with silver mines and other stuff like that, and other industrial prospects. He went up to Mount Wilson Observatory, which, if you know anything about astronomy, Mount Wilson Observatory is, holy smokes, that is a holy land of astronomy. That's where we discovered that not only living in a galaxy and there's other galaxies, but also that the universe is not a constant. As I always like to say, it's the observatory that proved Einstein wrong, because it did. And of course, Edwin Hubble, his best work was done on the 100-inch telescope they have up there, which should have been Nobel Prize winning work from him. And oh man, I always forget the name of the priest who did the work that Hubble did, but Hubble got most of the credit for it, even though the priest, George Letrame, I always get his last name wrong. So, all right, Darko, see you later. And thanks. He went up there, he looked through the telescope, because they were basically like, give us some money, we'll let you look through the telescope, because that's what you did with rich people back in the day. He was absolutely transformed by it. He felt that if he said to one of his folks that if everybody could look through that telescope, it would change the world. So when he died, he left a gift to the city of Los Angeles to be put into a fund to build up money to build a observatory with a hall of science attached to it. And there were stipulations to that as well, which is that the public had to be allowed to come into the observatory and look through the telescope for free. And my favorite thing, which is that Griffith said they are never allowed to charge admission to visit Griffith Observatory or look through the telescope. So as we like to say, Griffith Observatory is run by the Department of Recreation and Parks of the city of Los Angeles. So we are technically a municipal observatory up at Griffith Observatory. And we're yours. We are your observatory. The telescope is yours. The observatory grounds are yours. We just happen to keep everything there for you and operate it for you. So that's kind of how I look at it with Griffith. We've never done research. outside of that little blip in the 60s that was done after hours and things. Do I still get to use the telescope even when we're close to the public? No. For science? No. There have been some things that we have done, such as, gosh, I want to say, was it Mars Close Approach that we did? We are also going to do the upcoming lunar eclipse in a couple of weeks, or next week. And I'm going to be on the crew for that. So I'm going to be going in at 9 p.m. and then probably going to get home at 8 a.m. So I'm sure my body will appreciate that kind of sleep shifting. So yeah, that should be a fun one. And yeah, I'm looking forward to when we open up at Griffith again, but also at the same time, considering how Griffith operates, and how we're a free thing to do, free admission. We're very popular. Over so we get somewhere on the order of like 1.5 million people per year through our doors. So, and I specify through our doors because not everybody comes into the observatory when they come up to Griffith Park. It's going to be a very big challenge reopening the observatory to the public, just because of the nature of how Griffith operates. And I really am hoping that they work on that, and get that kind of set and ready. But we're looking at getting back to opening relatively soonish. Maybe towards end of summer, fall, somewhere around there. But at the same time, that's in flux, constantly in flux. So who knows with that. So yeah, so that's my long spiel about Griffith. With that there. Loopy, from what I understand, it might be time tickets. So basically, hello, come on in. You all have 2 hours. When your 2 hours are done, GTFO. Kind of like what Disneyland did at the beginning of when they opened Galaxy's Edge here at Disneyland, where you had a time ticket, you had a wristband that was a certain color, and you could go in for like 3 hours, and then once your 3 hours were up, people would stop interacting with you. And like if your 3 hours were up and you went to go try to get like food, yeah, they wouldn't sell you food. So yeah, and then eventually stormtroopers would actually come and kick you out of the land. So that was pretty funny from what I understand. So something like that. Yeah, we're still doing streaming and outreach events with the telescope, and also some of our other telescopes that we have at the observatory as well. And Atomic J, you're asking, do you like to watch the cloud chamber there? I think it's one of my favorite things that's there. Yeah, we have a cloud chamber that shows subatomic particles zipping through your body as they go through a cloud of alcohol and condense the alcohol into droplets as it zips through energetically. It's fun to watch. Definitely one of those things where you like walk up to it and you talk about it with people, and it kind of, eyes get really big when you tell them that it's high energy particles zipping through your body. Yeah, there's really a lot of exhibits that I like up at Griffith. Tesla coil is one of them. I really love our Tesla coil up there. It's a fantastic example, and of course everybody loves Nikola Tesla. So how can you not love Nikola Tesla? I also really like our exhibit called The Big Picture, which is basically a big picture of space that we took through a telescope down at Palomar Observatory. And everybody thinks it's some sort of like artistic thing, some sort of like wallpaper or something, but it's a real image. And they took it and they made it really big. It's like 150 feet long and 25 feet tall. It literally is like the side of a room of our depths of space exhibit area that we have down there. It just blows my mind that there's a million galaxies in that image and they can all fit behind your finger a foot away from your face. It's nuts. So yeah, I won't spoil it too much because you should go to Griffith, so yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Rough to Man, got my glasses for the solar eclipse at Griffith. Still got them as memorabilia. Yeah, I still have my eclipse glasses from 2017. So it's pretty cool. So don't know if you went to the Path of Totality. I did. I went to Detroit Lake, Oregon, which was an interesting place. Ended up on a trail, like a line trail somewhere, and our friend's Tesla Model X is just driving up and hearing things pinging off the bottom of it constantly. But, got there, saw it. It was amazing. So, yeah, eclipse glasses do degrade. So they become unsafe. So you basically have to can them at a certain point. So, So yeah, so your 2017 eclipse classes are no longer good. I actually don't know how long it is. I think it's maybe 2 years. So, but yeah, just, is what it is. So yeah, so pretty cool stuff. So future, since we were talking future stuff, I guess just with myself. I'm gonna hopefully try to do north of Atlanta. Nice. That's great. Yeah. Oh man, solar eclipses are fantastic. Like leading up to the 2017 eclipse, I was talking to Griffith, because obviously we're a bunch of dorks. So some of them are eclipse chasers, so they go to eclipses all over the world. I even have a coworker who's gone to Antarctica to see eclipses. Holy moly, that's dedication. I was like, what's the eclipse like? And they're like, man, we can't describe it to you. You just have to experience it. And it's just like, oh, come on, that's a BS. Like, come on, tell me what it's really like. And they just were like, no, you just have to experience it. You can't describe it. And I got to say, having stood in the path of totality for what was it? I think it was 2 minutes, 4 seconds I had in totality there in Oregon or something like that. Holy moly, it really is something that I could try to describe it to you, but you just got to go experience it, because it's just like, there's just something that it does to the core of your being that I don't want to say like it shakes you, but it just reminds you of the fact that for me, there was like this primal feeling of like something is very wrong, right at the start of the eclipse. It gets very dark all of a sudden, it seems relatively bright. And then like 2 to 3 minutes before totality, it just like the light just drops. And it's very weird to experience that. But that was also unbelievably beautiful. And it's one of the few events I've ever been to where I was actually quiet throughout the entire thing. So yeah, that's how profound it was. So yeah, and yeah, Robert Allen saying you're looking forward to the 2024 eclipse here in Dallas. Yeah, definitely. So look, I'm hopefully going to be somewhere in Texas, South Texas, for 2024. Don't know where I'll be yet, but trying to figure that out. So I got a lot of friends in Texas, so hopefully we'll crash with one of them, and then take the Jeep down to very close to the southern border, where we can get the most out of totality. I think down near the southern border of Texas and Mexico, it's something like 4.5 minutes of totality. So super looking forward to that. That's like double what we got in Oregon, and that's gonna be sick. So super excited for that. Rough to Man, that was your second eclipse. Yeah, and there is from what I understand, there is a very big, profound difference between with that. So, oh, nice, Loopy. You didn't even have to go anywhere. You just went outside and sat by the pool at your house. Nice. That's good. Must be nice. So, yeah, and if it does go through Dallas, Robert Allen, so don't have to really go anywhere for that one. So, cool stuff. Just make sure the weather's good. So, got to figure out where that good weather is going to be at. So, yeah, cool stuff. So, if you can go see an eclipse, highly recommend you go see an eclipse. Make it happen. Make that happen, y'all. So what else? What else do y'all want to talk about today? I think we got maybe like an hour at most left, if we even go an hour long here. Obviously, the length of this is dictated by however long you guys help me go with. I'm doing a Tim Dodd stream today. We're going long, baby. So I love you, Tim. So yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Oh. So yeah, just here in my garage with my new rockets. No books in here that I'm aware of, at least. So, Loopy, what kicked it all off for you? What specifically? Are you talking about just like science as a whole, or my life? As if it's my life, there was a man and a woman, and they both, I don't know if they loved each other, but they I left that up to interpretation. Usually when people ask me that, it's like, how did you get excited about science? It's just something I've always been excited about since I was a kid. You know, my dad working on the B2 out at Northrop and other things, you know, it was really, science and technology was always something that was close. I know a lot of kids when they were young were watching like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network and stuff, and I was the one watching Discovery Channel, learning the Learning Channel back when it was about learning and not like pregnant teen moms throwing fits or whatever is on, or wine moms attempting to do stuff or whatever garbage is on TLC nowadays. So yeah, so I've always like been interested in science as a whole. And I think space is the coolest thing ever, because in order to get to space, you have to do stuff that's very, very loud, very fast, very hot, very powerful, very dangerous. And that just appeals to me. It didn't always be that way. Once I got to high school, I sort of started to like not really like science because I got into the mathematics portion of things. And it's just like, screw this shit. I'm just going to go become an actor and film director. Of course, we all know how that panned out. And then finally I was just like, you know what? Forget Hollywood. I want to go do what I wanted to do when I was a kid and make spaceships happen. So I got lucky with a couple things. And just so happened to come in at just the right time. So I remember space before SpaceX. So I remember aerospace before SpaceX was around. Like, holy smokes. So yeah, that's how long I've been in this. I remember when people were giggling at SpaceX's second stage performance on their Falcon 9 flight, where they had to cut the engine nozzle for that. And, oh man, they're not making, oh man, who are these kids not making their nozzles all that great? Like, I had a cracked nozzle. How the hell did that get past their QC? You know? And yeah, I will freely admit that when SpaceX put out that video of Falcon 9 reusability, I was definitely laughing at it. I was like, no fucking way this is happening. But it's, you know, it's a great thing to get proved wrong about. As I've always said on TMRO and amongst other places, when it comes to technological development and people pushing the limits and things, I have zero issues with being wrong. And I will happily say that I was wrong. So, and I was totally wrong about SpaceX. So, like I was totally wrong about, what was it? Starhopper or whatever it was that flew in 2019. I got that wrong. I said it wouldn't fly. I said no Starship prototype would fly before the end of 2019. And boy, was I wrong. So, yeah, they just basically snipped it. Like, that's pretty wild. Yeah, I guess it's just the attitude, you know, well, you know, we've already got it here. So let's go. So have I read the 3 Body Problem trilogy? I have not, you know, God, kind of like I was talking about earlier, you know, you might come in a little late. It's okay on things like that. When I do TMRO and all the other stuff and my jobs combined and everything like that, it's pretty tough for me to have free time to do much of anything. So my free time is precious. So I usually spend it doing things that I super want to do, like backpacking and getting out in the world and stuff like that. But I'm trying to learn to manage my time a little better. So I'm taking all these things and I'm kind of doing that. So I'm just going to copy paste that into Google. So that way I can get that, and rough the man, I will report back to you as soon as I can what I got with that. So thank you very much with that. So yeah, cool stuff. Thank you. Definitely appreciate that. What else we got? Kind of looking through this here. So kind of go back to what kicked it off. Really, it was my parents taking me to JPL open house. So my parents are awesome because when I was a kid, they fed everything that I wanted to do. There was no hesitation in doing it. Oh, Jared wants to try art. Okay, let's sign him up for, you know, like painting courses for kids or something like that. I didn't care for that. Oh, Jared wants to dance. Let's sign him up for dance courses. He's the only boy in the dance class. So what? He wants to try it. Let's go let him try it. So my parents were very great at basically letting me kind of guide wherever I wanted to go in my life. As a kid, which is really nice to have. So I got into space, you know, and they took me up to JPL open houses to kind of feed that. And really for me, I think the moment that cemented it was the Mars Pathfinder mission with Sojourner, because I got to see the prototype of the litho-braking airbag landing system that they had. And that was just like such a mind-blowing thing when you're like 9 years, or how old was I when that happened? 8 years old when you get to see that. And like, holy smokes, like that's just like, as an 8-year-old, finding out that we're gonna like land on Mars and we're gonna like bouncy on the surface of Mars. What? So it was that. Also, that was at the 1996 JPL Open House. They also had Cassini there in the spacecraft assembly facility, which I've seen a few times now with several Mars rovers in person in there, which actually, if you go back at my second episode of Adventure, Perseverance. Oh, they're working on it at JPL, so you could go back and watch that if you haven't yet. And I got to sign my name that got put on a CD on Cassini, so that was pretty cool. So that was kind of mind blowing too. That oh man, we're sending my signature to Saturn, and I'm really glad they disposed of Cassini because I didn't want anybody to steal my identity. So that my signature burned up when Cassini burned up. So man, that was a close one. So yeah. So I would say that definitely did it. Also, go out to Edwards Air Force Base for the air shows out there too, especially with my dad. When you get down on his knees, like you're like, I worked on that. Your daddy helped make that happen when the B-2s would fly by. So that was pretty cool. Kind of a little mind blowing when you're like 5. So, but like I said, I went away from it and I had to learn to love it again. So now I've fallen hopelessly in love with space, and yeah. Space is great because it demands the best of us, regardless of who we are. And that's fantastic. And I want more of that. So, okay. What else? What else do we have? Yeah, Google would have hit you up with an email. New login from device. Location Saturn. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds about right with it. So, oh, Robert, what's my job at Griffith? I'm a civil servant. I serve civilly, and I take science and I interpret it and I spit it out at people and talk with people about science. So, as I like to say, I'm a scientific evangelist up at Griffith. So, that's not the technical term for my position. It's museum guide, although I'm not constantly on the floor talking with people out at Griffith. Sometimes I'll work with curatorial staff on interpretation and making videos and stuff like that at Griffith. But I'm pretty much chatting away with folks and telling them the good news of science and all the cool stuff that we know and all the cool stuff that we're learning. So and it's really fun to do that. And I really miss it. Yeah, Atomic J, you used your eclipse glasses from 2017 to see the transit of Mercury. Yeah, that was really cool. Here in Los Angeles, we barely saw it, not because of the tininess of Mercury, but because it was cloudy for most of the time that we would be able to see it at Griffith. So that was a tough morning. So dealing with that. So Vina Laughmate, this is a story I always love telling, which is, how did you meet and get involved with TMRO? So sit down and let's get ready to hear a story. I have known Dutta for a very long time, actually. Me and Dutta originally met on Twitter back in 2010 and talking space and stuff like that. I ended up getting into a NASA social that happened up at Dryden, which is now NASA Armstrong. Back in the day, it was NASA Dryden. Dutta got into it too. And we both were like, hey, let's like peruse and hang out and all that stuff when we're up there. So we did. Dutta sat next to me throughout all the presentations at the NASA Social. We both got in trouble because we tried to open the SR-71 personnel only door. Or actually, a whole bunch of us got in trouble for doing that. I don't know if Dutta got in trouble like I did when I accidentally took a photo of the wrong direction when we were at the NASA hangar out on Rogers Tri Lake. The U.S. Air Force people were not pleased about that. I had to delete that one in front of them. What do we do after that? After the social, we all of us NASA social dorks descended upon, I think it was called Fernando's, which is where all the NASA astronauts, it's like a Mexican restaurant out in Palmdale. It's where all the NASA astronauts who landed shuttle out at Edwards would go to have dinner. And we all had dinner. And it was literally like, it was literally just like a Mexican restaurant, but it's like covered with NASA stuff. It was great. There was even a crew photo that was taken where they all had those like very colorful shawls on and big sombreros and stuff. It was pretty entertaining to see that there. But yeah, listen, is it really a good time if you don't annoy the United States Air Force? I try to be nice. So I kind of like having access to stuff, so and good relationships and things, but you have a point. Gosh, me and Dada knew each other for a very long time, and I didn't know anything about tomorrow. I actually, get this, I had met Jamie and Carrie Ann both back at Space Up Los Angeles in 2010. So, or 2011, excuse me, 2011. So can you believe that? I knew about Jamie and Carrie Ann before that. So they came out and they covered, they put up a whole bunch of cameras all over the place for Space Up LA 2011, which I was at. So I knew them, and I was actually in a couple of pods that they were in at that time. And I just like didn't know them. And actually at my workplace at that time, they actually talked to my workplace about having the possibility of building a studio in a specific area where a studio would be really good to put. But my workplace was for it. And then the people who governed my workplace were no. So that got squashed. So I might have actually met Jamie and Carrie Ann way before I actually like officially did for tomorrow. So fast forward couple years to 2015, and Dada pinged me. This workplace, Loopy, since you're asking, the workplace that gave him the heave-ho or the negative reception. The workplace was not Griffith. It was the workplace who shall not be named, because that's what they told me. Told me not to talk about them on I've been instructed not to talk about them on social media, so I cannot talk about them. Which is stupid and silly, because what am I going to say about them that like nobody knows? I mean, it's a museum, so like, okay, but whatever. You got a social media policy that was written in 1999, so whatever. Not my. I'll just observe your arcane rules, your archaic rules. Yes, Loopy. But management now is much better than it was back then. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Night and day. They got their shit together finally. But fast forward to 2015, back to how I got on tomorrow and everything there. Dada called me up like one day. He's like, hey, so I do this really cool show. And I was wondering if you want to come on the show and like be a guest for it. I was like, what do you want me to be a guest for? Like, what could I possibly talk about? He said, well, it show's about space, and you work at Griffith, so why don't you come and kind of like talk about, would you be down to like come and talk about space? And I was like, sure, yeah, like this is the Pope shit. Yeah, I'll come down and talk about space. Like, are we filming this? Yeah, we'll be filming it. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go do it. Because actually, very hilariously, around that time, I was thinking about doing a YouTube show about space and kind of how to do it. And I had no clue how to do it. But then I just, in 2015, they sort of pinged me. This was at a very interesting time in my life when I was coming out of the first major episode I had that basically made me realize I need to get help to handle my bipolar disorder. So this was like 3 weeks after that. Yeah, so it's a very interesting time in my life to come on the show and do that. So Detta gave me the address for it. I noticed it was an apartment block, and I'm like, okay, what the hell? Like, why am I going to an apartment? And I called up Detta. I'm like, what? Like, did you give me the wrong address or something? He's like, no, it's in their apartment. What? Like, what do you mean? You said this was a show. He's like, yeah, well, they do the show from their apartment. The set is in the living room, and then the control room is in their bedroom. And I'll be in the control room operating it, and then you'll be on the set in the living room with it. And I was like, okay, sure. I'll still do this. I don't know what you're setting me up for, but like, am I going to walk in and going to be like, hello, Chris Hansen from NBC? You know, that's old reference for you kids out there. Yeah. And I was just like, oh my gosh. Okay. So the day came, and I went to what was Jamie and Carrie Ann's apartment at the time. And popped in, you know, got the full introduction with Jamie and Carrie Ann. I can't remember who was there, but somebody else was there doing like their master's thesis about communication, spaceflight science communication, you know, something like that. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna like be the opening interview for this. Holy smokes. Okay, let me go do my hair and get all this like ready to go and everything. And I saw somebody just asked about my head. Periodically, you have to shave your head if you have a mohawk just to let hair regrow nice and strong. So I did. Mohawk will be back sometime mid-summer, early fall, sometime around there. So I did the show. It was really fun. It was a ton of fun, and I was having a great time. And after the show, they had me stay on for After Dark. We just had a really great time. It was a really great time. Me, Jamie, and Carrie Ann all clicked very well together, including the girl who was there for her master's thesis thing, whatever it was. It was a ton of fun. And I was like, damn, this is so much fun. And they're like, oh, well, you know, you want to go to Disneyland? And I was like, yes. Like, yes, I want to go to Disneyland. And by the way, I just want to say this was before Jamie and Carrie Ann had superpowers at Disneyland with Club 33. So Jamie and Carrie Ann paid out of pocket for me to go to Disneyland. Yeah, I gotta say, that was very nice of them to do that. Somebody's asking, what did they interview me about? Basically interviewed me about being a astronomy nerd and why space geeks should be astronomy nerds. And I'm going to grab, come on, where is it? I'm trying to find the episode. It's somewhere on there. It's in season 8, or excuse me, orbit 8. Here we go. Got it. I'm going to drop it in here, and you can see an ultra young Jared, 6 years younger and 40 pounds lighter. Jared before he was on high power medications. Also business mohawk Jared as well with that. And then just for the folks who are watching at home, I'll just kind of push that so that they can see the link there. And I'll put it in the description as well, since I talked about it. So but watch that later. What's Club 33? Oh, Loopy. I'll tell you once I'm done with my story here. It's a place I certainly love to go, let me tell you. It's a place I strive to be at some point in my life, that's for sure. But boy. So we go to Disneyland. We're having a great time, just like clicking, like jokes are just slinging and everything's going good. We're in line for Indiana Jones, the Indiana Jones adventure. And I know exactly where I was standing in line there. We were kind of talking about the show and everything about that. And Jamie just like looked at me just like this and was like, yeah, you're pretty good. Would you like maybe consider being a correspondent for us? You know, like talking about astronomy and stuff. Cause like we mostly talk about space flight. We don't really get into like the space science or planetary sciences or things like that. So, you know, what do you think? Would you want to do that? And I was just like completely floored that they were asking me to do this. I was like, hell yes, I want to do this. So yes, let's do it. Let's do it. And that's basically what happened. And actually, they started me off doing space pods, which I did one space pod a month, for him. And then I came in late 2015 to cover for an interview where some of the folks couldn't be there. And it was with William Pomerantz, and got to do that. That was very fun. And I apparently did so good at that Jamie and Carrie Ann decided to keep me in studio as a regular, and the rest is what you see. So, so I'm ever thankful for Jamie and Carrie Ann and Dutta for bringing me in onto Tomorrow. In a space news back in 2019, during our Patreon segment, on one of them, I said something along the lines of, thank you all for your support. This show saved my life, and it means a lot to me that you all think so much of the show that you donate or you contribute to the show. So thank you so much, for supporting the show that saved my life. It was some much better way of saying that than now. And someone in the comments was like, wow, Jared, that is just completely hyperbolic and over the top dramatic. Like, what a way to patronize and speak down upon people with it. And that is 100% incorrect. Tomorrow absolutely saved my life with it. And I am forever indebted to Jamie and Carrie Ann and Dutta for putting that faith in me and for rescuing me at a time. They didn't know at that time that they had rescued me. I didn't know at that time that they had rescued me. But looking back on it now, with the depths that I had sunk into at that time, with my bipolar disorder, not being treated for it, the onset of it at that time, that absolutely saved me. It gave me something to do, gave me something to look forward to. It motivated me to do something, and that is a unbelievably powerful tool to folks who may have mental health struggles and things like that. They didn't know it at the time that they were doing that. They didn't know they were saving my life at the time. I didn't know they were saving my life at the time, but they were. So, and they did. And I would even say it still does. Tomorrow is definitely a shot of serotonin every time I get to do it, because it's just really cool that I get to do that. And I can't believe I get to do that. So yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, as you said, Colton, Jamie and Carrie Ann are freaking awesome. Yeah, they are. Dutta's freaking awesome. Colton, you're freaking awesome. Everybody involved with Tomorrow is freaking awesome. So I gotta say, and kind of, I'll go ahead and bring it up again just because I talked about this earlier. And in case you're just jumping in now to kind of talk about it now, Alan Zidak, whatever happened to Space Mike, there was a how would I describe it? There was a amicable decision for Space Mike to not be on Tomorrow anymore. There were some things going on that Space Mike needed to handle. So, and that's all I'm going to say about it, because it's Space Mike's thing to say, not mine. That is, if he wants to tell that story, he can. It is not my story to tell, because that would be egregiously, that would violate privacy egregiously, and that's not my story to tell. It was an amicable split. There was no animosity then, and there's no animosity now. But Space Mike is not coming back to Tomorrow, unfortunately, just because of the nature of it. So, but wish him well. Hope he's doing well. I haven't heard from him in a very long time. I really hope he's doing well. But yeah, there was just it was just there was just an epilogue, and that's it. So, and yeah. So, and that's all I'm going to say about it, because there's nothing else to say about it. So, other than it was a decision that was made by both parties. They're split. It was no animosity then, no animosity now. So, and hopefully hopefully Space Mike's doing great. So like I said, I haven't heard from him in so long, and hope he's doing good. So yeah, so that's that with it. So and oh yeah, Club 33 is a pretty amazing thing, and yeah, I quite like doing it. The times I've been to Club 33, it has been fantastic, and I'm ever appreciative of the experiences that I've gotten to share, thanks to the Higginbothams making that happen. So they did a very, very nice thing for my family, and that I'll keep between us. But there's as if I wasn't already forever indebted for saving my life. You know, that's how things go with that. So, yeah, so good times, really good times with that. So. Take a seat right over there. Yeah, yeah. The apartment was really cool. The other apartment they moved to was pretty cool too. But once we actually got Station 204, which is a pretty neat place, then it felt like we were really stepping up into the big leagues, and it went to it. Is there any significance to 33 for Club 33? So there's multiple, I figure, apocryphal stories as to why it's Club 33. One of the ones I've heard is that so Walt Disney wanted to have a place where VIPs could kind of chill away from the plebs and the mere mortals of the world. And 33 really is that. It is an incredible place. Oh yeah, by the way, just to kind of talk about that real quick, Vax was first on Space Vidcast in December of 2009. And Vax has been on TMRO an incredible number of times. Maybe one of our most numbered guests, I guess. I don't know. Vax has been on TMRO 33 times, I bet. But yeah, Vax, you should watch all of the episodes that Vax is in, because Vax, you're a very cool dude. And if you guys aren't following Vax on his YouTube and his Twitter, you need to do that right now. And 11 times, holy smokes, Vax. Yeah, and Vax has a really cool episode about Sea Dragon, which is just phenomenal. And which goes to show that Vax is an amazing person. So thank you, Vax. So one of the apocryphal stories that I've heard about Club 33, why it's 33, is because it had because there were 33 corporations that had a guaranteed entry into this lounge that they have. And that's one of the ones I've heard. But if you go to Disneyland, Disney is very detail oriented. It's why I love Disney so much, is because every little they sweat over every little detail at their parks. So Knott's Berry Farm here in Los Angeles is pretty cool. It's a great ride park if you want to go there. Six Flags also is like a roller coaster enthusiast's heaven. But if you really want the whole shebang, you want the story, you want the theme, you want the rides, the food, the vibes, you just can't beat Disney. They nail it. And I really like theme parks, and I really like the concept of storytelling through experience as opposed to storytelling through watching with it. And Disney just nails it with it. So if you go through areas like New Orleans Square, which is where Club 33 is, the various shops and False Doors and other things have addresses on them. They have numbers for addresses, and the one for Club 33 is not Club 33 anymore, but it was at some point. So yeah. So actually, I don't remember what it was. I actually don't remember the number for it because it's been a while. I have not been to Disneyland since they closed from COVID. And also, I was an annual pass holder as well for Disneyland, and they got rid of the annual pass holder program. So I don't have a pass to go to Disneyland anymore. Those of you who follow me on Twitter, you probably saw that when Disney was open in the times before COVID, I was at Disneyland probably 2 or 3 times a week, just because it's local. Like from where I'm sitting right now, if I jump in my Jeep, I could get to Disneyland's parking structure in about 10, 15 minutes, something like that. So, so it's a cool hangout. You know, a lot of my friends have passes. It's kind of annual passes are kind of a Southern California thing. So like if you got friends with annual passes, you can be like, hey, you know, I'm going to be down near Disneyland on Friday night. You want to meet up and just kind of go walk around the park for a couple hours? And I do that too. Just go by myself to the park, just walk around for a couple hours because it's a nice place. Just turn my brain off, not have to worry about a damn thing. So just walk around, you know, with that. And that's one of my favorite things about Disneyland with it. So, yeah. So what's up?
Running out.
Running out of energy? Oh, that's tough. Loopy, right now they don't have passes. And they also don't have anything as to whether they're going to do that program anymore or not. So they're retooling it, which they probably are very happy that they were able to wipe the program clean because it was simply a program that needed to be retooled. So we'll have to see. But yeah, we'll see. Alan's it out right there. Yeah, I heard Club 33 was established for the original 33 corporations who sponsored the building of Disneyland. And then, yes, Alan, you are correct. We are called Legacy Pass holders. And we still do get discounts from our annual passes, but we just can't show up at the parks anytime and walk in like we used to. Or if you had the highest pass, you could do that. I did not. I had the second highest pass. That one has blackout dates around Christmas and New Year's, and you don't want to be at Disneyland for me. So Club 33 is a step above super VIP program. Loopy, Club 33 is basically like you know, I don't want to say that like you become a god at Disneyland or wherever you're at, where you have a Club 33 membership. But you kind of are a god, you know? So, yeah. I'm not necessarily, so you don't necessarily get front of the line privileges, but 24 fast passes a day is kind of powerful. Being able to get people in to Disneyland whenever you want, kind of powerful too. Access to Club 33, both the bar and the restaurant, kind of powerful. So you really can't show up to Club 33's restaurant dressed like I am right now. I don't know if I would get turned away, but it's kind of a you dress up to go there kind of restaurant. Bar, I could definitely show up like this. When I've gone to the bar at Club 33. Excuse me, the lounge at Club 33. I've been like this before. And yeah, actually my favorite experience at Club 33 was we went there to the lounge to toast the Delta II on its the day after, or the hours after its final flight. So that was a really nice one. Said goodbye to the Delta II, you know, goodbye Delta II. And, you know, did all that. That was a nice day. That was a long day for me though. I literally stayed up 24 hours that day. So, Rough the Man asking, saying that yes, Vax is always a great guest. I absolutely say that yes, that's absolutely true. Is there a timeline for when the roundtable format will be back on tomorrow, if at all? It will be returning. Live shows will be returning. As far as I know, when it returns, it will initially be exclusively roundtables, and some of the format will be a special guest every week with certain people consistently as hosts at the roundtables. And that will hopefully be happening by the end of the year. One of the timelines I had heard was by July, August, somewhere in there. But that was from Jamie in the Tomorrow stream a very long time ago. So I don't know if that still holds up and cut the mustard that way. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. But it's not my decision, it's Jamie's decision. And Jamie pretty much knows exactly what to do with everything. So I trust Jamie's judgment 100% on everything. So, so yeah, did that. So, oh yeah, Vax is saying that Vaxer YouTube channel has a playlist of Emery's appearances. There's a link to all of them, including the After Dark episodes. So, yeah, I miss doing them too, Rough Demand, specifically the roundtables. Roundtables were always the most fun for me. I love doing interviews and talking to people who are amazing in changing the industry or doing cool things in the industry and stuff like that. But there's something about about roundtables that I just love so much more than most other things. You okay? What happened? What happened? Oh, you need me? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So again, what happened to my mohawk? Every once in a while, gotta shave, or you gotta get off. You gotta let your hair rest, let your scalp rest. Some people just don't do their hair at that point. I just decided to start over. It's one of the other options you can do. So, got my mohawk, shave my head, let the scalp take a breather, let my hair take a breather. So, you okay? Yeah. Okay. Yowza. Avina, laugh mate. Who's the most famous person you've ever met? Gosh, I don't know. Most of them are like space people. Bill Nye, I guess. Spent some time with Bill Nye before. He's a really cool dude. Quite like him. Good bow ties as well. Bernie Sanders, maybe, I guess. Met Bernie Sanders. Met him. Al Warden, Apollo 15 command module pilot. Pretty cool guy. Spent a whole day with him. I was like his escort around my job that must not be named back in the day during my first stint there. So, what has happened? Oh, celebrities I've seen up at Griffith Observatory. I once had to ask Colin Farrell to leave. It was closing time. We were walking out, and Colin Farrell was strolling up. Started taking photos with his phone, and I'm like, "Hey, just to let you know, we're closing." So, just a heads up on that. So he was really cool about it. He's like, "Oh, I just want to get some photos." So so cool with that. Who else? Obviously, Neil deGrasse Tyson during the Cosmos after party back in 2014 when they held that at Griffith. He was one of the guests because hosted it. So as I talked about earlier in the stream, had that moment of doing a talk at Griffith and looking down at something and looking back up, and Neil deGrasse Tyson's listening to me, and my whole brain is just like, don't fuck it up. Seth MacFarlane was there that night as well. Carl Sagan's wife, Anne Duran, was there as well. That was a fun night. What else? So Loopy talked about a musician, Donovan, who is a popular musician from, I guess, the 60s and 70s is what I would say. He was, so in 2014, there was a partial eclipse that was visible here at Griffith. And we got him to come to sing Sunshine Superman on the front steps of the observatory at maximum eclipse for us, which I think it was like 70% of the sun covered. And I was in the back, this was like 15, 20 minutes before that, before he went up to do his thing. And I'm in the back, and there's somebody walking around back there talking to somebody. That's like not unheard of. Like talking about the history of the observatory. And, it's not unheard of for folks to be getting tours in the back, kind of going through, if they're a VIP or or a person who's about to do something for us, to typically do that. They stop and they leave them right at the end of the break room, right next to the break room. And they're like, just stay right here. We'll come back for you in about a minute or two. Got to go get a badge for you. Just make sure everything's okay. And it's pretty amusing because here's the door. And then all of a sudden I just see this face kind of peep in real quick. And I immediately recognize that it's Donovan. And I go like, oh, hey, Donovan, what's happening? Good to see you. Heard you're going to do a song today. So good luck out there. Can't wait to hear it. And he just kind of looked at me like I'm sure in his mind, he was basically like, this 20-something knows who I am. Because this was a guy who did music back in the 60s and 70s. Still does music now, but was, I don't want to say height of popularity back then, but yeah, height of popularity in that time. And yeah, it was pretty funny. My boss came back to get him and take him out. And as he was on the way out, I overheard him because our area at the observatory, when we're not in front of the public, is very good at allowing sound to carry. And as he was walking away, he said, I don't know who that bloke is in there, but he sure did have good hair. I quite appreciate that. So that was pretty good. So, yeah, we've met a couple, some pretty VIPs, if you will, up at Griffith. We even had Buzz Aldrin come up there. Buzz, lovely Aldrin. So, yeah. I think that's one I won't talk about. So yeah. So yeah, I've been around Buzz a couple times, and it's just not like, yeah. Well, I mean, there's also people I've interviewed on TMRO. Tori Bruno, CEO of United Launch Alliance, super cool guy. George Whitesides, former CEO of Virgin Galactic, so that was pretty cool. Will Pomerantz, VP of Virgin Orbit. I'm noticing a trend here. So yeah, super cool. Still plenty of people I'd love to interview one day. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens when TMRO returns and kind of how we'll go. Buzz seems a bit grumpy. Yes, he is grumpy. That's about all I'll say about that. So I don't know why, but he is. So, but pat him on the head, you know, and I'm sure he feels better, something like that. So, yeah, are we winding down? I think we're winding down. So, I think we're doing with this. Winding down here. We're going on 4 hours, and I think we're running out of stuff for now for everyone. So, yeah, what do you think, dog? Missy, hey, what do you think? You want one more appearance? One more appearance? You want to come here? You want to come here? You want to come here? Come here. Come on. Come on. Stop stretching and come over here. Come on. Get you up one more time. Okay, ready, steady. Oh. There we go. All right, I'm just going to put you in my lap this time because you're with it. Oh, we got one. I guess I'll do one more from Rough Demand, which is a totally unrelated question. How is the shuttle exhibit at Science Center coming along? When I was there in 2017, they only had a model of what it looks like. It's still only a model. Yeah. Poor California Science Center. They got to get some money. Make that happen. Although I don't know what they've been doing with the pandemic and stuff. It seems like that would be the perfect time to start doing some of the big construction they have to do. But also, don't know. So I guess I'll go check in with them and see how that's going and kind of see how that is. You know, see what goes on with that. But yeah, there you go. That's the first Ask Me Almost Anything I have done here for my own channel. I think I'll try. I think we'll start doing these a little more often. Maybe we'll start doing them every other week, something like that. Thank all of you for coming along on the stream. Please do this again. Yeah, why don't we do it again in 2 weeks? I'll see you in 2 weeks. How's that sound? And then just like Total Recall, 2 weeks. And then we'll have some fun and we'll have some stuff to talk about and have some good times. So, all right. So thanks, everybody. Missy says goodbye. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh. What you doing, dog? You want to go get some hams? Let's go get some hams. All right, you all have a good time. Stay safe. Stay healthy. And don't forget, keep exploring. Oh, boy. Oh, that's good stuff. Yeah, and I guess it's still going, too, ain't it? So, yeah, this wrap-up, which I thought was going to go so smooth, no. Not at all. So, yeah, happens to the best of us, doesn't it?